Halo, halo?
Dobra. Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Hello and welcome very warmly. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. I don't want to address you by name, but never mind.
Szanowni Państwo, pozwolę sobie usiąść, proszę mi wybaczyć. Chciałabym serdecznie powitać wszystkich.
So I would like to welcome everyone at a third scientific meeting organized thanks to Mr. Tarczyński in connection with the International Law Cathedral and the Faculty of Law, Canon Law and Administration of the John Paul II Catholic University. The two initial conferences took place last year. In November, it was on the position of the international community and member states, particularly neighboring states, and their position towards Russian aggression on Ukraine. And in December, we held another conference which was devoted to the challenges faced by the systems of protecting fundamental rights in view of the conflict in Ukraine. And today is the day when we are going to continue and deepen our considerations, and we are going to discuss a very sad subject of genocide from the perspective of Russia's activity in Ukraine. And before I give the floor to our guest speakers, let me welcome our guests, especially guest speakers who accepted their invitation. Mr. Domagawa. Mr. Tarczyński is commonly known to all of you because he is the host. Professor Karski, congratulations, Professor, on the professor title being granted by the President, and other speakers, Mr. Szymanek, Mr. Masło, Mr. Gonshor, Madam Kozak-Paraniun.
From Macedonia and Professor Georgi Goradze from Georgia. Osobliwym czynom chciałaby przywitać naszych hostей z Ukrainy, profesora Wiktora Chryszczuka, profesora Wołodymyra Filipienko, profesora Wieczysława Nawrockiego i profesora Pawlo.
Mr. Nawrocki and Mr. Flis. Welcome everyone. Thank you for accepting our invitation. I realize that the travel must have been difficult, so thank you for that. And I also wish to welcome members of Parliament, in particular Madam Kruk, who is here with us today. Welcome to all members of Parliament present here today. In a particular manner, I would like to welcome young people who came here, students from the specific departments and different departments of the Catholic University of Lublin. They showed a high level of knowledge of EU law. Physiotherapy students from the Medical University of Lublin are here with us as well. I also want to welcome representatives of secondary schools who will join us shortly. I think they're in the process of arriving in this room, so I would like to welcome them as well. And I also would like to welcome all of you present here today with us who are participating in this event. Let me now give the floor to Professor Domagawa, the Dean of the Faculty of Law of the Catholic University of Lublin. Thank you. In the name of our faculty, I would like to thank the hosts for the invitation to Parliament, and I would like to thank the Parliament as such for this initiative, for the invitation, and for continuing the research and the work that was done already during the previous conferences. At the time, the venue was our university. We're very happy that we can participate in this cooperation. Thank you once again. Let me say this. The subject is very relevant and timely. One would think that this is only about the past and theory, but yet again, over and over again, we discover that genocide is something that we need to also address in our contemporary research. Because a time might come where a tyrant can attack a neighboring country and his soldiers would commit acts of genocide. Our cooperation between the Parliament and the Lublin University is very well justified because we have been conducting research on the issue. There was work done recently on genocide that was being described, the crime of genocide, as a legal term and a legal concept. I'm happy that Mr. Tarczyński undertook similar research in his work. He mentioned work by Mr. Lemkin, who is the author of the term genocide. And this is now connected to our contemporary reality. Mr. Lemkin was a Polish Jew who first studies in Krakow, then in Lviv, who conducted research in Warsaw, and then through Kovno in Sweden he left for the USA, where he scientifically worked on genocide, where he partly experienced this crime during the war times. This is why we have the grounds to continue such work. We feel to be the descendants of the work of Mr. Lemkin, and we are willing to deepen and update the work done by him and to make it relevant to our current times. So thank you once again. I hope this cooperation will be continued in future as well. Thank you, Professor. I'm happy that this is already the third such conference held by us together. The subject is very relevant for several reasons. The contemporary situation that surrounds us, but also the work by Mr. Lemkin. That new times require new concepts, new terms, and it would appear that the new times have come around. We need new terminology, new concepts, new legal concepts. And by the way, on the technical front, if you require headphones to listen to interpreters, please feel free to use interpretation. We have interpretation between Polish and English. So if you require headphones, please don't hesitate to use them. I'm happy we can meet today because while analyzing and researching and the heritage of Professor Lemkin, he has been students present here from the Lublin University, from my home city, from my home university. I'm happy that Madam Kruk is here as well. Very happy with her presence. I'm happy Mr. Karski agreed to be with us here today as well. And our excellent guest speakers who all found enough time to meet with us here in Brussels today. So thank you for that. I believe this conference can contribute a lot into our work here in Parliament in Brussels, so that our conclusions will translate into parliamentary work, specific decisions, And on this occasion, I must also thank someone who did a lot to contribute to this. Madam Krzysztofik, thank you for all you have done so far. It is the third such conference, I said, and there will be more to come, I believe. Thank you for being here.
Trochę techniki człowiek się gubi. Oddam już głos panu.
Now the floor goes to the Dean of the Lublin University, who will chair the first session. Thank you very much. The first panel, which I will chair, the concept of genocide in international law and EU law. That's the title. And I would like to invite to the high table the guest speakers who will take the floor now. Mr. Karski, please come to the top table. Mr. Taczyński is here already. Professor Miso Dokmanowicz, please come to the high table.
Bardzo proszę pana profesora Jarosława Szymanka.
Professor Szymanek, please come to the high table. Dr. Masło, Dr. Gąsior.
Właśnie dołączył do nas także dr.
Joining us here today is Mr. Kuzmiuk, member of European Parliament. Hello. Thank you for being with us. Let us now move on to the first panel. The first to take the floor is Mr. Tarczyński. He will talk on the concept of genocide in the work of Rafał Lemkin.
Nie, jest teraz. Cieszę się, że rozpoczynamy.
Hello, welcome. I'm happy that we are starting this conference by introducing Rafał Lemkin, his work, the term genocide itself, because Lemkin is the starting point. He was a specific character, and without him, discussing the term genocide or discussing the phenomena that surround it would be very difficult. Although some people consider Mr. Lemkin a hero or someone who devoted their life to studying genocide, who always strived for the convention to be adopted, and for some other people he is seen differently, but his life and his work is always at the center of interest because he did a lot for the introduction of the term genocide, and he was focused on research. And yet the third way in which he's being seen is seen as an ardent critic of the times in which he had to live. And from that perspective, he was a man with a vision who understood the threats of colonial reigns at the end of the 19th century. Lemkin rejected all ideological justifications for mass genocide and mass crime because of, in order to deprive local peoples of their resources. In his initial work, Lemkin understood genocide very widely. It was then limited, but within the three areas where he is being discussed as a scientist, despite some criticism, what's interesting about him that different scientific groups not necessarily agree what is and what does and does not constitute genocide, but Lemkin as a person is still at the center of this research, and he is acting as a magnet, attracting different fields of science, and his work is the fabric that connects the work of different societies, of different groups. Of course, a question arises why scientists are so strongly determined to come back to works by Lemkin. Why are we still coming back to Lemkin's work? Why are we talking about it? Why is his work so fascinating in comparison to his contemporary researchers, and he's been also attracting our attention? Well, probably the answer is that the role of Lemkin in constructing the term of genocide and then the work on the Genocide Convention is very well established. We're dealing with some recent events, historically, very well documented, as a moment in time. So something that is clearly visible and palpable because it's not far away, and the archives that I will discuss later can be a source of knowledge and make it easier for others to conduct research, even if people don't necessarily agree with him on specific current events. Now, and yet another answer can be more simple, that Lemkin is the common ground for people researching genocide, and it's a certain common ground for everybody and anybody, despite our differences. So he's the common ground for people who might have very different opinions among researchers who work on violence. As I said, those working on genocide don't necessarily all agree on specific cases of genocide, what is and isn't genocide, what is the normative meaning of the term genocide, or what are the best research methods on mass violence, or the role of international law. And they don't necessarily follow the philosophy of Lemkin. Nonetheless, because of his work, everything he's done, the story of his life, he was the father of the term. He died alone. Only 4 people came to his funeral. Different sources cite different circumstances of his death, but this great scientist, professor, lawyer, died alone in the end. And some sources say, but this is not confirmed, apparently when he was a child, he read Quo Vadis by Sienkiewicz, and he was asking why this would happen in such a way. So he was always obsessed with assisting other people and fighting mass violence. This was the guiding principle of his life, and he was able to change law fundamentally in many different areas, and yet he died alone. Never mind that. Studying genocide is a new field of study where the borders are not clear-cut. So I believe our discussion today will bring us to interesting conclusions, because there are new concepts that pop up, and they are worth discussing by academics and people who don't deal with genocide exclusively, but deal with it within their specific fields of study. Therefore, the work of Lemkin is the most obvious point of reference for scientists working across their divisions. So, this is the starting point for the study of genocide, where scientists have a common language that they can use despite the differences that I mentioned, the different perspectives. They can have a similar outlook on the problem. Recent research shows, and explains how he reasoned on the development, the concept on genocide. Martin Schott is explaining quite clearly why the lack of clarity in the beginning about the definition of the term, where it's coming from, and how it was being narrowed, because as you might know, the Convention of the United Nations on Genocide from 1946 was narrowed down because of the resistance of the Soviet Union, but also that of the United States and Great Britain, because at the time this resistance had to do with their own colonial heritage, so there were certain problems and processes of purely political nature which forced some countries to resist this new concept, which could have been also a reflection of their own guilty conscience. Lemkin introduced the concept of genocide by analyzing many occupatory regimes. That's also relevant in Nazi times specifically, but mostly Germany. And he developed his concept at the beginning between 42 and 43, based on 3 factors that are clearly stated in his works. First, he shared a specific understanding of the motives behind the activity of the Nazi regime during World War II. And that's something that is very moving in my eyes, because he believed that by fighting other nations rather than states, Hitler believed that even if Germany fails militarily, they will dominate the impoverished Europe after the war. That was his conclusion, not only that he declared in 1945, but he supported this belief even later. So the German plan from before the war, it was about not necessarily winning the war as such, but if people in Europe are poor and hungry and everything is destroyed and damaged, that people would still be dependent on Germany. And I think this thread was the most important one that was then represented in his work. That is something that's been visible throughout, so that Germans thought cynically that never mind if they win the war or they lose the war, with all the damage in Europe, everyone will be dependent on Germany. And then if you look at what happened at the few decades, the tens of years after the war, you can say, well, he was right in his estimations if you look at contemporary history. Now let me move on to the second area of influence on his reasoning. This was an American agency that he worked for, the Board of Economic Welfare, because this government agency gave him access to economic data behind the German aggression. The agency in question was not focusing its attention on genocide as such, on the cruelties committed, but on economic exploitation in the first place. And because he worked for the agency in America, he had access to the document and he saw the full scale of exploitation at the economic front, which also influenced the way in which he describes and he understands the term of genocide as he understood it. And thanks to the data to which he had access, while describing treaties and German regulations, he was able to foresee restitution activities, reparation activities, how the Germans should make good for the damage done to other nations. And that, in my opinion, is also outstanding in his work. If you look at it from the perspective of what's happening today in Ukraine, where we don't know why it is so difficult to explain why Putin is destroying infrastructure in Ukraine, public infrastructure, be it civil infrastructures, things that are impossible to understand. Well, you will find the answer in Lemkin's work. If Ukraine is destroyed and impoverished, they will be unable to enter the EU, they will be unable to enter NATO, and they will be dependent on Russia. Even if Russia loses the war, even if Putin faces an international penal tribunal, then 10 or 20 years down the road, Ukraine will remain dependent on Russia. I don't see a major difference here from the plans of Hitler's Germany when I compare it to Putin's Russia. The way they conduct war, I don't see major differences. So all of those factors were intertwined in a very broad definition of genocide by Lemkin, but this definition was very often based mostly on exploitation, based on economic data and not the atrocities which were quite relevant and were described as well. So, let me stress once again that genocide in occupied Europe, which was a book by him in which we can find answers to many questions. There were 3 volumes which were written in a reverse chronological order. Volume 3 is most commonly known, which includes German regulations translated into English, because Lemkin started collecting those documents when he worked at the Stockholm University after he ran away from Warsaw. After he was invited into the US to Duke's University, he took this collection of documents with him. And with that, he sparked a lot of interest in America among academics and politicians. He even met with the American vice president. He had a reply from President Roosevelt, who asked him to be patient when he was alarming on the Holocaust being committed. And all of his work fighting for the UN Convention, this was possible because he was betting on legal solutions rather than political solutions. He was trying to convince the American public with documents and regulations, which when he presented the situation of Europe, when he talked about the history, what is happening with respect to Holocaust, Americans first failed to believe him. And Lemkin believed at the time, and I think he was right, that thanks to those documents, the decrees, all of those things that he collected, the world would see in which direction Germany is going under Hitler and what the situation is like in countries under occupation. And it was thanks to him being a lawyer, not a politician, he was looking for legal solutions. I could talk for a long time on this subject. Let me now quote something that I think is very relevant. For Lemkin, all genocide policies were based on the German plan to change the demographical balance in Europe. This was most important to him. And he believed, one can agree with him or not, but he believed at the time that all of those policies were a part of a cynical plan by the Nazi regime to ensure a demographic victory for Germany in the war, even if they lose militarily. That's a shocking fact, that even if they considered losing the war themselves, they wanted to destroy other countries. And I will now quote Lemkin. The coordinated occupation techniques by Germany allows us to believe that they wanted to introduce a plan of change, of course, to the advantage of Germany, biologically, while exploiting other nations, looking years forward. The objective was to destroy or paralyze development of occupied nations so that even if the case of a military defeat of Germany, other nations would be outnumbered, weaker, despite the bombing of Germany, this German advantage will be fully visible at the end of military activities and will continue over many years to come because of the disastrous level of health in occupied countries. We will have weaker generation after the war, people who were malnourished during the war itself. And to conclude, because one could provide many other arguments, if we assume the conclusions by Lemkin, what the intentions of Germany were, that's something that we should always have in the back of our heads when we talk about reparations. Lemkin described the German plan of exploitation and destruction of countries that they attacked, that this was to last for tens of years to come. I think they also thought about 2023 at the time. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie pośle, za...
Thank you very much for taking up this issue and the concept of presenting the concept of genocide according to Lemkin in 15 minutes. You emphasized the most important aspects of his work. Next speaker is Professor Kai. The actions of the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation against Ukraine. In the light of the subject of genocide, Rafał Lemkin, from the very beginning of his legal career and even before at the University of Lviv, was working on developing the concept of genocide, a crime that is committed against a people, not it's not against a crime against individual persons, but rather against a particular group. Lemkin realized that, and he also analyzed the thought that Sienkiewicz described in Quo Vadis. He looked at genocides in different countries and centuries, for example, the genocide of the Armenians. The fruit of this work is a convention of 1940 that defines the term of genocide. The same definition is in Article 6 of the Treaty of Rome, and there are 4 groups that are subject to protection. Genocide is aimed at destroying a group. It doesn't have to be physical extermination, but it could be other harm that is done to the group, including the conditions of life. Sometimes measures are taken to stop birth within the group and otherwise. So when we look at the actions of the Russian state, the Soviet Union in the past, or the Russian Federation right now, we can see that genocide is the central doctrine of this state. We all know about it, especially those of us who come from the post-Soviet territory. If we look at the Soviet Union, and according to the resolution of the United Nations of 1946, we can repeat after the resolution that genocide has been known for centuries. The fact that the term wasn't used before doesn't mean that it didn't exist, that the phenomenon didn't exist. In the case of Ukraine, we know of the Great Famine of 1934, and we can also quote what the Russian Federation now claims about the Ukrainian nation. They deny Ukrainians nationhood. They fulfill all the conditions specified in the resolution of 1946. The European Parliament has taken up the issue a number of times, that is the treatment of Ukraine by Russia. (1914 to 21), but also after the aggression that started in February 22. We had a special session when we adopted a resolution condemning the actions of the Russian Federation and its unprovoked military aggression against Ukraine. We also called on the Russian Federation to stop any actions, and we also noted that these actions violate the UN Charter, and said that it was not only an attack against Ukraine, but also against the international order. The Parliament also called on giving Ukraine the status of candidate country. Then in April, May, June, September, October, November last year, the Parliament devoted almost every session, plenary session, to these issues, and a number of resolutions have been adopted. In December last year, the Parliament adopted a resolution on the Great Famine of 1931-32, and considered it genocide. Also called for establishing a special tribunal to persecute those guilty for crimes committed in Ukraine. The crime of aggression cannot be subject of persecution at the International Criminal Court, so this new tribunal would have to persecute those guilty of this particular aggression. Now, we are talking about general relations about Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. And here, it's interesting that Lemkin should have considered Great Famine as genocide. He called the Great Famine as a classical example of genocide, and he thought it was an attempt to destroy the Ukrainian nation. It involved the decimation of the elites, destruction of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, displacing the Ukrainians and replacing them with Russian citizens. He also said that it wasn't accidental. It was a planned action to destroy the Ukrainian nation. And it is worth noting that those actions by the Russians did not lead to destroying the Ukrainian nation, but in no case the crime of genocide didn't lead to the extermination of a nation. And the Germans failed to exterminate the Jews during the Second World War, despite of the fact that the actions were on a large scale. But Ukraine witnessed a lot of crimes, and Lemkin said that a large part of Ukraine's culture was destroyed. Dominic mentioned a number of doubts Of course, we're talking about scientific debate, but there are some KGB Soviet strains in this debate, like to some events that took place in Poland, say in 1938, actions against Polish citizens. So the same type of actions were copied also in Poland. What arguments can be advanced? I can't quote all of them, but for example, sometimes it is claimed that not everybody was killed. But there is no one nation that had been exterminated as a whole. It is always an attempt that cannot be accomplished 100%. It is also claimed that not only Ukrainians were exterminated. There were victims in Kazakhstan and other parts of the Soviet Union. But the same arguments are repeated over and over again. It is claimed that in Katyn, not only Polish people were killed. The fact that also other victims, that there were also other victims, it doesn't mean that the Russians did not target specific nations, specific national groups. We had Polish, Chinese, Korean operations, but the modus operandi of the Russian state means that this state aims at destroying other nations. And no wonder that genocide is the sin of Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia. Now, coming back to the present times, the Great Famine was named genocide by the European Parliament. Also in our work in the Parliament and other European institutions, there are references to the present operations treated as genocide. In April this year, for example, in Vilnius, there was a meeting of Eurojust, and they stated that the genocide crimes should be investigated. And we also have a recent decision by the International Criminal Court. Two citizens of the Russian Republic were indicted. So, of course, the example of replacing certain groups of the population with the Russians, in this case children, Ukrainian children, is also an example of genocide. We have very little time left, so to conclude, I'd like to quote one more argument, a Soviet argument, that nobody should be persecuted for genocide committed before 1946. But this would mean that Eichmann's crimes should not be seen as genocide. So we should not be fooled, and we should follow the position of the International Criminal Court. Genocide is a phenomenon present for centuries, but now we have a new definition. But anyway, these actions have always been forbidden by international law.
Thank you very much, Professor, for discussing this concept in the light of our current work. Genocide has many aspects, so thanks for pointing out in particular that this crime, the crime of the Great Famine in Ukraine, is something that my grandma lived through, that she survived, so I know from her what it looked like. And even 70 years later, my grandmother couldn't discuss this issue without crying. So I think it's very important that we talk about it. And I'm glad that the European Parliament also believes that this indeed was genocide. And now I give the floor to Professor Misho Dokmanowicz from Macedonia, Cyril and Methodius University. Lessons learned from the Holocaust as the contemporary genocide.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member of the Parliament, Tarczynski, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the Parliament, dear friends. Before I go any further, I would like to acknowledge the sensational job that our esteemed colleagues from Poland have done in organizing this truly worthwhile event here at the European Parliament. And it is a real privilege to speak to you today on this topic of paramount importance. On this occasion, we also cherish, as my colleagues emphasized, the legal legacy of the Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin, who sought to describe Nazi policies of systematic murder during the Holocaust, including the destruction of European Jews.
Tłumaczenie jest na kanale 18. Sorry, just a translation.
Okay.
Na 18 kanale, jeżeli... Okay, thank you.
In a new term of genocide. This represented a turning point in the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which was among the first United Nations conventions on humanitarian issues adopted in 1948. It succeeded the General Assembly Resolution 180 of 21st of December 1947, in which the United Nations recognized that genocide is an international crime which entails the national and international responsibility of individual persons and states. Noteworthy, the Convention provided for a precise definition of the crime of genocide, in particular in terms of the required intent and the prohibited acts. It also specifies the crime of genocide may be committed in time of peace or in time of war. So basically, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in a whole or in a part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as killing the members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to the members, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And we will see about that how we have this in ongoing situation. Preventing genocide, the other major obligation of the Convention, remains a challenge that nations, institutions, and individuals continue to face. Sadly, it seems that in this peculiar way, our civilization still lives in the age of darkness. 80 years after the Holocaust, 50 years after Cambodia, 30 years after Bosnia and Rwanda, 20 years after Darfur, we still have not learned the lessons of history. Current events at the eastern gate of Europe test the civilized world once again. Several disturbing information over the past year has led to the conclusion that a series of chronicle wrongdoings and violations of the Convention have been conducted in Ukraine. As we speak, the duration of the bombardment of Kiev is now longer than the V2 bombardment of London in World War II. At the same time, many of us were deeply shocked by the deportation of thousands of children within this conflict. Besides that, several international relevant publications, including the Raoul Wallenberg Center, have stressed out several examples of Russia's state-orchestrated incitement to genocide, including the denial of the existence of Ukrainian identity. High-level Russian officials and state media commentators repeatedly and publicly denied the existence of distinct Ukrainian identity. Denial of the existence of protected groups is a specific indicator of genocide under the United Nations Guide to Assessing the Risk of Mass Atrocities. Coming from Macedonia, I am probably one of the countries that really is familiar and aware of the consequences of denial of identity within the ongoing affairs. Also, the accusations in mirror. A perpetrator accuses the targeted group of planning or having committed atrocities like those the speaker envisions against them. Framing the putative victims as an existential threat makes violence against them appear defensive and necessary. Also, the Nazification and dehumanization. This rhetoric is used to portray a substantial segment or an entire generation of Ukrainians as Nazis and mortal enemies, rendering them legitimate of necessary targets for destruction. Having this in mind, I ask myself the question, how could we react? What conclusions can be drawn from the biggest genocide in history? And what we can do to help Ukraine today? In a speech about the Holocaust and the atrocities of Bosnia, Rabbi David Saperstein said the following: "The Holocaust is used as the ultimate benchmark of our generation of the worst atrocity ever committed against one group of people. This comparison offers us a basis of measurement, a level of brutality that may in fact provide an impetus for action. The consequence of using Holocaust imaginary in the case of Bosnia is quite significant. If the Serbs or anybody else are indeed guilty of committing Nazi-style atrocities in Bosnia, then the West has the supreme moral justification to intervene, which it has done. When questions are raised, as they are now, whether the US should remain as a peacekeeping military force in Bosnia, memories of what the US and other Western nations did not do for the Jews of Europe come flooding back. So we are now facing the same situation. We need to rethink these issues and, as Europeans, make a decision for history. Basically, in my presentation, I have a few minutes more, I guess. I would also like to emphasize some of the lessons that we can learn from the Holocaust and the mass atrocities that were conducted during World War II, and their relevance for the ongoing issues that we are so concerned about right now. So basically, the first issue is the first lesson is that we all have the responsibility to protect. The genocide of the European Jewry succeeded not only because of the state-sanctioned culture of hate and industry of death, but because of crimes of interference, because of conspiracies of silence. Basically, we need to make an example, to lead by the example and support Ukraine as much as we can. I know that it's very difficult. I know that a lot of geographic interests are involved. But just I would like to give you one statistical information from World War II, which clearly describes the human nature. Yad Vashem is the best known institution in the world for Holocaust research. It is based in Jerusalem in Israel, and they keep a record of so-called category righteous among nations. These are the people that helped the Jews during the war. In the database they have around 27,000, but their estimation is that around 50,000 Jews, foreigners, helped the Jews during World War II. This 50,000 is only half of 1% of the total population that was controlled by Nazi Germany. So this was a very, very low number. And this is, you know, the first lesson we need to learn in that sense that we should not be bystanders in this respect. Also, we have a duty to prevent. In other words, the Holocaust did not begin in the gas chambers. It began with words similar as today, long time before the Holocaust. Additionally, we have the need to cherish the memory of the Holocaust and learn from these lessons that happened 80 years ago. And also, we need to fight against hijacking of memory and distortion of history. Over the last decades, in many countries, including in Eastern Europe, there have been a number of attempts to distort history, to interpret facts dealing with the Holocaust in new ways, And in that sense, I would like to emphasize, this is, in my view, very important. This is the working definition of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. This is the leading governmental organization that deals with Holocaust research in the world. And the distortion of the Holocaust refers inter alia to intentional efforts to excuse or minimize the impact of the Holocaust or its principal elements, including collaborators and allies of Nazi Germany, gross minimization of the number of victims of the Holocaust in contradiction to reliable sources, attempts to blame the Jews for causing their own genocide, statements that cast the Holocaust as a positive historical event. Those statements are not Holocaust denial, but they are closely connected to its radical form of anti-Semitism. They may suggest that the Holocaust did not go far enough in accomplishing its goal of the final solution of the Jewish question. Attempts to blur the responsibility for the establishment of concentration and death camps devised and operated by Nazi Germany by putting blame on other nations or ethnic groups. Basically, this once again demonstrates that the Holocaust was successful primarily because of the conspiracy of silence that existed during the World War II. Finally, my fifth lesson is that we have a responsibility to bring war criminals to justice. If you take any definition of genocide, the latest one, they have several elements, but usually always the last element is the denial. The denial that the Holocaust, that the atrocity was conducted. And we are seeing, and we will be seeing, a lot of denial of the atrocities that have been conducted. It was also the case in the World War II. Even when the world already knew about the death camps, I know the story about the American diplomacy, many either looked away or else devised various practical or legalistic reasons why nothing could be done about them. So basically, I am convinced that at the end of this crisis, it should be settled in legal manners and then in the judicial court to prosecute those responsible for atrocities that have been, and will be conducted. This is why I decided to close my presentation today with the opening speech of Robert Jackson, a public prosecutor from the United States at the Nuremberg trials for Nazi war criminals in Nuremberg in Germany. I quote, "The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world imposes a grave responsibility. The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated. That four great nations, flushed with victory and stung with injury, stay the hand of vengeance and voluntarily submit their captive enemies to the judgment of the law is one of the most significant tributes that power has ever paid to reason." Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor Dokmadowicz. Thank you for your speech. Thank you for your conclusions.
Bardzo dziękuję za to wystąpienie i za wypowiedź w ramach limitów czasowych. Zgadzam się z Panem. Nadal wierzymy, że jest taki czas ciemności. Mam nadzieję, że widać światełko w tunelu na końcu tej historii. Dziękuję bardzo.
Pan profesor Jarosław Szymanek.
The next speaker is Mr. Szymanek, representing the European Policy Research Center, which he runs, and he will give a speech on genocide as hyperbole of negation of European values. Thank you. When I look at my interlocutors, I slightly amended my speech, and I will first address a question at our younger audience. Can you remember the picture by Titian, The Kidnapping of Europe? And do you know the Sierov picture with under the same title? I'm not asking my Ukrainian, our Ukrainian guests, because they must know it very well. What I see as striking there is when you look at the two pictures, there is one piece of information that is relevant. They are nostalgic, erotic, and romantic in the way they present the abduction by Zeus of the beautiful Princess Dia. The picture, I think, is the topos of the way of thinking about Europe, is a way to look in an idealized manner, imagined manner at Europe. If you look at the two pictures and many other pictures, including that by Rembrandt on the same subject, and they are full of eroticism and romanticism, but they're all based on a false idea, because the abduction of Europe was nothing else as violence on a woman, a act of violence against a woman. One could say that while looking for the concept of genocide in Europe, one could quote Norwid, a Polish poet, that Europe has a weakness for having violent acts of violence and atrocities every now and then. It's in the genes. But ever since ancient times, we can see that people are proud of living in Europe, that they are the center of the universe, as the Greeks believed. Located between barbaric Libyans and Asians, or Africa, that they are better by quality, Europeans that is. And indeed, in our European way of thinking about Europe, we have a deep belief that Europe is an imaginary land based on the spirit, which is more related with concepts rather than geography. So please note that for many years, the way of thinking about Europe was thinking irrelevantly from geographical considerations. And after 1945, the concept of Europe was replaced by the concept of the West, because Poland or Ukraine or the Soviet Union or Czechia, that was not considered Europe. That was considered to be the borderland of Europe. Europe has always been considered as the land of spirits and high ideas, and we associated with it some beautiful slogans. So how is it possible that it was Europe that exported genocide in its pure form? Of course, the genocide was only named properly in the 20th century. One should remember that the process of arriving at genocide was a long-lasting one. And there were different ways of thinking about Europe along the way. Antiquity, Greek philosophy, was the starting point, where it is similar to Christianity, where it believes that the individual, the human being, was created in the image of God. But the myth of Prometheus has the same idea behind it, where he would steal the essence of those living on the Olymp, namely fire. And in such a way, he showed that humans could work against saints. And similarly in Christianity, that humans are created to reflect God. So the personal character is something that was included in the European thought, in European legal and political doctrine. Christianity, which puts the human dignity in the center and the freedom of the individual. In the Middle Ages, Christianity added the Christian character on top, so that the people would have a future assured, so there would be a virtual reality provided to individuals. So, and that's, I think, a part of the theory of positivism. On top of that, we must add the Roman heritage based not only on Roman law, which is to be the base of law and order, but also justice. On top of that, we have the material heritage of Rome, so the picture of Roman warriors who are brave, who fight for the idea of the good as they understood it, and this is then being kept up in the Middle Ages by the knights. The song about Roland, Tristan and Isolde, those are to translate the ideas of fighting and defending the weakest. So the knightly ideas come to an end in the Renaissance with Don Quixote. And I think he is the epitome of a courageous person who believes in their ideas and defends the weakest. But the book by Cervantes shows one more thing that I think is very relevant in European mythology, where Europe is seen idyllically. Please note that Don Quixote by Cervantes shows us that evil accompanies us in daily life. The windmills in Cervantes' book quickly change over and become monsters, as if you are watching a contemporary horror movie. So the good and the evil are closely intertwined together. There is no evil without the good, and the other way around. So Cervantes has created such a picture already in the period of Renaissance. Eras from Rotterdam and Paweł Wojtkiewicz showed also that the specific feature of Europe compared to other regions in the world, it was good by definition, supposedly. The humanism was the essence of humanity, and this was specifically European in the most positive sense. And then something happened, and this linear picture of the development of European intellectual heritage came to an end in Enlightenment. Enlightenment is seen by many as the pinnacle of European thought, and to a certain extent we might say that it was such a pinnacle of European thought, because it was at that time where the French Declaration of Human and Civic Rights was constructed. human rights were recognized at the time, but the human rights at the time, they were not discovered, they were only concluded, one could say. Let's see enlightenment from a different perspective. As described by Zygmunt Bauman. He said that the Enlightenment was the beginning of genocide. It was then where experiments started into the human imagination. People would then start to go away from humans being the picture of God. There was a certain relativism going away from the truth and trying to make good and evil equal, making everything relevant. That is the heritage of enlightenment. And I think that's the assumption that is being made today as well, that anything is relative, anything can be assessed, there is no pure truth or pure good as such. Anything and everything is to be agreed by consensus, as described by the thinkers of the period. Zygmunt Bauman says it clearly. Enlightenment concluded the linear Hegelian development of the spirit of the world on the one hand, but on the other hand it was a turning point in such an obvious story of the development of the European idea. The Enlightenment showed that you can destroy any and all authorities. It is because of that that to this day, when you think about genocide in Europe, Vandea is considered to be the first act of genocide. Anything can be done, anything can be destroyed, any authority can be destroyed, because describing something or someone as authority is a contradiction in terms itself, because there is no authority, there is no good, there is no false, there is no evil. Anything and everything can be assessed, anything and everything means the same. So, if we were to conclude that while we are looking for the definition of genocide, what was the turning point in European history of ideas, I think it was about enlightenment. It was enlightenment that allowed for creating the idea of a superhuman. That idea of superhuman was then used by Hitler with his idea. The claim by Nietzsche that God is dead and the idea of Übermenschen, so superior people, that they gave an excuse for creating concentration camps and industrial death. That also gave rise to Russian communism, which is also quite ostentatious in destroying human rights, but also destroying the truth and saying that the false and lies can be the truth as well. Everything depends on a consensus. So if we were looking for the explanation why on a continent where we were supposed to be always righteous, to be always safe against evil, we became the breeding ground for the biggest totalitarian systems in the world. So Hitler's Germany and Russia's communism. And the answer is simple. It all started in the 18th century. On the one hand, the human being and the human rights were put in the center in the 18th century, but it was also the century where all authorities of previous times, all of those anchors, be it moral, be it ethical, be it legal, all of those were broken off. One could say it was in enlightenment that people were told, do whatever you please, there's no truth and there's no false. And this is why on the map of European values, Platon's idea of beauty, solidarity, righteousness, the values that guided the European way of thinking for centuries, were then destroyed. And if we destroyed such values, then naturally there was a good habitat for genocide. I started with a picture, and we'll finish with a picture by Picasso. I'm asking our younger audience, how many of you saw the Guernici picture? Well, look it up on the internet. It's a picture which shows civil war in Spain. And it shows how in art and in culture in Europe genocide is seen. I'm talking about the picture which was painted by someone who was very far from any religious activity, but it is full of religion. As a picture, we see a soldier who is very similar to the figure of Christ. We have a mother with a child in her arms, which is very similar to the old European topos of Pieta. And this picture by Picasso shows us one thing. That's something that I consider relevant, and that perhaps might be a response to the question, how come genocide has started to feel at home here in Europe, and it's not going away anytime soon, probably. That's because we destroyed all authorities, and the map of European values was blurred by anti-values, and this happened when people concluded no value is a value anymore, that anything is negotiable, and whatever is in the public sphere can always be discussed and is subject to a consensus. Thank you.
Ciekawy wykład i za to odniesienie ludobójstwa do kultury europejskiej, do oderwania tego zjawiska od kultury europejskiej. Dziękuję również za wskazanie, że to, co wydawało się być szczytem nauki, czyli oświecenie, zaraz na samym początku w swoim efekcie, czyli w rewolucji francuskiej, dało przykład Vendei i, o ile dobrze pamiętam, 2 milionów ofiar. Tylko dlatego, że ten region Francji, ten departament Francji postanowił sprzeciwić się rewolucji.
I tylko dlatego, że nie ma wolności dla wrogów wolności.
Dokładnie tak, dokładnie tak. Bardzo dziękuję, panie profesorze. Naszym następnym mówcą, następnym prelegentem będzie pan dr Krzysztof Masło, reprezentujący Uniwersytet Kardynała Stefana Wyszyńskiego, który wygłosi referat pod tytułem "Od kiedy ludobójstwo jest zbrodnią ludobójstwa? Wielki Głód i Katyń jako zbrodnia ludobójstwa". Bardzo proszę, panie doktorze.
Nie jestem. Teraz jestem słyszalny. W pierwszej kolejności chciałem bardzo serdecznie podziękować i Uniwersytetowi, i Parlamentowi Europejskiemu za zorganizowanie tej dzisiejszej debaty, bardzo aktualnej debaty.
Thank you very much for organizing this debate, and I am grateful that I will be able to share some thoughts on enormous crimes, the Great Famine and the Katyn crime. The Parliament adopted its resolution on the Great Famine last year. The Parliament recognized it as genocide. From our perspective of the 21st century, the answer to the question, what was the Great Famine or the Katyn crime, seems obvious. We have a convention of 48, and all those crimes defined in the convention are crimes. But both these crimes were committed before the term genocide was used in international law. So the question is whether 1948 is a threshold. So can crimes committed before 48 be called genocide? Now, 1948, it cannot be seen as a threshold. It is only a date when United Nations adopted this convention. This convention entered into force in 1951, and in 1951, only 26 member states adopted this convention. And the term genocide started to be used in 1951 in international law, but Lemkin introduced the term in 1944. Then it was used in 1946 in the resolution of the General Assembly, and then the International Criminal Court used it as well. I'd like to limit myself to historical comments because the description of the Great Famine or the cutting crime from the point of present international law would be a mistake. International law and criminal international law since the Second World War has evolved. So in order to be able to describe well what the Great Famine or the cutting crime was, we should use the terms and the law applicable in those times. I make two questions. Can we specify the date after which certain crimes could be were banned after 46, and whether there are sanctions against such actions? First, we develop a standard banning or prescribing certain action, in this case banning genocide, and once this standard is connected with international responsibility and sanctions, only then can we talk about international crime and international responsibility. The second question is whether the Great Famine and the cutting crime were genocides. It is true that genocide appeared in international law in the second half of 1940s, when the Great Famine took place, or when 22,000 Polish military officers were murdered in cutting. Before that, this term had not been used. Also, the International Legal Committee did not use the term. Genocide is used, the term genocide is used to describe certain behavior, and the fact that this term is not used doesn't mean that certain behavior cannot be described as such. It is nothing extraordinary in legal law. For example, in 1945, we had other examples, and the Nuremberg Tribunal was in the position to sentence criminals for crimes committed earlier. In the 1950s, the International Legal Committee was working on the concept, and then it returned to the concept of genocide. Also, the Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, in its first sentences, also developed the concept of genocide. So genocide is a specific crime against humanity. And it has consequences for banning genocide under international law and provide sanctions. First of all, connecting genocide with crimes against humanity leads us to the conclusion that what is described as genocide under the Convention of 48 had been banned well before this convention. This is demonstrated by the work of International Legal Committee, which in the 50s used the term crime. So that committee accepted that genocide would be punishable, although the term itself did not exist. Also, the General Assembly, in its resolution of 1946, confirmed that genocide is a crime. It says that this crime is condemned and that it is subject to punishment. So already then, that was the attitude of international community. It is also worth noting that this resolution was adopted unanimously, and the General Assembly took up the question of genocide on its first session, which indicates the importance of this problem. So, international community recognized that the Second World War brought with it a new type of crime that was later called genocide. The declarative character of the definition followed from the opinion on the reservations to the Genocide Convention. In that opinion, the International Criminal Court said that the principles of the convention are binding even without even if they don't follow from any binding international agreement. The tribunal also emphasize the universal character of this crime. So this approach is interpreted differently in different ways under international law, but it is stated that genocide is commonly subject to ban. So the definition is declarative, but the ban on genocide functioned before. The second consequence is the fact that at least some genocide is criminalized as a crime against humanity. The third consequence is the fact that we can trace back the origins of genocide in the Martens Clause and in the principles of humanity. I've run out of time, so I'll try to conclude. Now, if you have any questions, then I'll be happy to develop some thoughts. But I think this is where we should look for the ban on genocide, and it can be traced back to the 1930s. I will not describe the Great Famine, but it was associated with some legislative arrangements. For example, on the ban of stealing crops, there were some practical measures, a ban on movements of the population, and the number of victims is also estimated between 4 to 10 million people, and the Katyn crime had some 22,000 victims. This crime is quite well documented. We know the sequence of events. We know those who were decision makers, and now the assessment of the Great Famine and the Katyn crime is very difficult on the basis of international law, although I think we can call these two crimes as genocide. First of all, genocide requires dolus directum. So the intention to exterminate a specific group of people. Now, based on historical sources, we can say that in the case of the Great Famine and the Katyn crime, the top authorities were of the Soviet state were well aware of the events. It's quite obvious that the Soviet authorities were aware of the Great Famine or of exterminating 22,000 Polish officers. And anyway, there are documents signed by the specific people. And one other thing is overlooked. The decision to exterminate the Polish officers took place in March. Then the families of the officers were sent to Kazakhstan. So it is clear that the Soviet regime wanted to exterminate the elite of the Polish nation. Now, on the Great Famine, it was directed at the Ukrainian people who were opposing the Soviet regime. And when we treat these two crimes as genocide, we can show and demonstrate the fact that there was no legal order that applied. Thank you very much.
Chciałem tylko, jeżeli mogę, włączony jest, tak? Chciałem tylko
I would like to welcome Ms. Wiśniewska. Thank you very much for coming, Member of Parliament.
Panie doktorze, za zwrócenie.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for the semantic problems with the identification of genocide, because it seems that the Polish word for genocide does not give justice to the whole idea, whereas the English word genocide comes from Latin genus, and it seems to be more fortunate, more adequate.
Właśnie tak. I ona jest, zdaje się, bardziej właściwa.
Yes, that word indeed seems to be better. I was going to raise this issue in the debate, which we were going to have now, but we are running late, and we will now hear from Dr. Marek Gąsior from the Medical University of Lublin. Work methodology of an expert witness, work on evidence in proceedings before the ad hoc International Criminal Court for the former Yugoslavia. Our guest was a specialist, forensic expert working for the tribunal for many years, and he dealt with the crimes in the former Yugoslavia, especially in Kosovo. I give you the floor, sir.
Słychać? Słychać. Moje nazwisko Marek Gąsior, jestem...
My name is Marek Gąsior. I'm a forensic doctor. And for 12 years I worked on various missions dealing with crimes. I worked for the UN for 8 years and for 4 years for the EU. I worked in Bosnia, in Srebrenica.
Chcielibyśmy być...
Can we have the slides, please?
Okej, dobrze, dzięki.
Kosovo.
I worked in Kosovo, in Serbia, and briefly I worked in Sierra Leone and in the Middle East. All of my work, when it comes to the work methodology of an expert witness in such missions, can be divided into 3 parts. First of all, it's working on the ground. Secondly, autopsies afterwards. And the third part is the identification of the dead body and giving the remains to the family of the victim. First slide.
Wszystkie czynności w terenie
So all our work on the ground, such as exhumation, was done on express orders of the police or the court. We always had a document which delegated this task to us and which told us where we should perform these tasks. This is one of such police documents, and subsequently the area where the dead bodies were to be found was examined by soldiers who checked whether it was appropriately demined. So they would check this area for a while before the exhumation took place, but there were some situations, some incidents where this area had to be checked again. And then they marked out a path, an access path to this area, and the area where these tasks were to be performed. So here in this picture you can see the demining, the securing of the area. The soldiers would check if the area was safe in order to protect all those people who were supposed to perform these tasks. Then our team would start working. Here you can see how dead bodies are being dug up from a well. Generally, exhumation takes place in cemeteries from individual or group tombs, graves. Here you can see a cemetery in Kosovo and a place where the bodies were dug up. This is what the area looks like after the patients, says the speaker, were dug up. You can see two bags, one on top of the other. Then some archaeologists would collect the data as much as possible on the spot in order to collect material for DNA tests. This was done either on the spot or later during the autopsy. So this could be a femur bone, for example. It's the hardest part of the skeleton, and or teeth, or one tooth.
Natomiast to jest ekshumacja.
Here you can see exhumation where we have a patient covered, wrapped up in a blanket, and this took place next to the person's home.
No. To jest ogólny widok terenu.
Here you have a general view of the field before exhumation. This area had been identified. There was some probability that somebody had been buried there during the conflict. And here the top layer of the soil and grasses has already been taken off, and here you can see a plastic bag with most probably human remains. All such areas are marked when it comes to the directions, and everything is documented. All the material, everything that has been collected on the spot is documented. Here you can see a bag that stayed in the ground for a good while, so it's destroyed. And here you can see the team which dug up the body. It's just normal physical work. You can see a policeman who documents all of this. You can see an archaeologist who checks what the bag contains, and a policeman who takes notes and documents everything. Here you can see another place where exhumation works were performed. Well, the circumstances were different in different places. Here you can see an open grave. The top layer of the ground has been taken off, and here you can see a bag, a blanket, containing most probably a patient, a victim.
Ludzkie szczątki i teraz
So after that, so here you can see a shallow grave and two patients and an archaeologist who tries to collect bones from these human remains. You can see the dark-haired man. He's an archaeologist from Nicaragua. This is a cave where we found a human body, and the pictures that I showed before showed the exhumation from graves which contained only one patient, one victim. And on the spot you could find some evidence to the way this person had been killed. And here we have two different terms that are used: cause and manner of the death. Cause of the death means the way that person died. So, for example, this person was shot. And manner of death means suicide, accident, or homicide. Here it is obvious. The manner of the death is obvious. This person was stabbed. And was hanged, sorry. And here you can see a person who was immobilized. His hands were tied with a rope or a wire, sometimes barbed wire, like that. So far I have shown graves containing only one body, but there were places where a grave contained several people. Here, for example, here you can see a mass grave, and you can see several people here. And it is up to the archaeologist who has to identify how many bodies are to be found in this grave. Every such body was then packed in a separate bag, plastic bag with a number. There was some additional documents added and put together with this bag so that there is no error. And then there was also a metal tag with a number of the autopsy. Here we can see a mass grave, or a grave that containing 6 or 7 bodies, I think. All these people were in one grave. Next, these bodies were transported to a morgue, and the area was brought back restored to its former condition. Part 2. Transportation to the morgue, where the bodies were stored waiting for their turn. Then a given patient was x-rayed. Here you can see a fluoroscope, which makes it possible for us to find any metal objects inside the bag, the plastic bag. So there was one doctor who x-rayed all the patients planned for this day. You can see some monitors showing all the objects that could be found inside that plastic bag. And a printout was made, and here you can see what we found in those bags sometimes. Thank God this grenade was not didn't have the igniter.
Natomiast koledzy mi opowiadali,
But I have heard some stories that in Bosnia there was a case of a grenade which was armed and ready to explode. So the patient, the victim, had this grenade in his pocket. He didn't manage to throw it. He was shot. And the grenade rusted. And this way the grenade didn't explode. And the doctor in question had to stop working. Soldiers came and then removed this grenade. It was just an example. Here's another example, keys that were found with the body. Here you can see the mortuary, a general view of the mortuary. These are the makeshift tables that we had, and they had to make do. You can see some wash basins where bones were cleaned.
Końca. Ja wiem, że jest...
to jest sekcja pacjenta już na stole.
Here you can see the autopsy on a table. The anthropologist was present.
Panie doktorze, może przejdźmy do konkluzji. Przepraszam.
No ale to konkluzję mam na następnych slajdach, które nie może. A proszę bardzo, tutaj pod...
And here you can see a white bag under each table containing the remains that have not yet been taken up onto the table. Here is again an autopsy.
I dyskusja z antropologii.
Here I'm talking to an anthropologist. And finally, the identification. Here you can see a blunt trauma, head trauma, a shot to the head, some more shots to the head. You can see the skull. Again, shots to the foot, to the arm, and sometimes the shot would go upwards from bottom to the top. Here you can see a general view of a patient with all the shots. Here, this person was axed, most probably, or killed with a machete, or some other sharp instrument. You can see the traces of that in the jaw. So then we would write up a report and put the patient back to the morgue, and finally the remains were handed over to the family, including the people's clothes. Here you can see clothes and some other objects that were found during the autopsy. And here is the handover, the identification and the handover of the remains to the families. These pictures come from Kosovo. The families would also get a document confirming the identity of this person and a death certificate. And this is our team from Kosovo, the year 2000. Thank you very much.
Jak Państwo widzą, Szanowni Państwo, jak Państwo zauważyli, każdy z prelegentów.
As you have seen, our guest speakers try to condense their message to us within the 15 minutes given, where the subjects are quite complicated. So my thanks go to all of those who participated in the first round of speakers, expert speakers. I think this will contribute to further work in a longer perspective and in a shorter perspective. This will allow us to discuss among ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would like to also, there is a 15 minutes coffee break, if I'm not mistaken. Comments of Mike.
Do drugiej sesji ze względów czasowych.
Dobrze, to mamy chwilkę na kawkę i drugą.
So let's break for a few minutes for coffee and then we will reconvene for the second session.
Drodzy Państwo, nie chcę być tym złym człowiekiem, ale będziemy powoli kończyli naszą przerwę. Bardzo przepraszam, drodzy Państwo, kończymy ten krótki oddech wolności, który mieliśmy. Chyba nie mam siły przebicia. Drodzy Państwo, przepraszam, ale kończymy przerwę. Zapraszam już prelegentów.
I have a technical message. The coffee break is over. The new team of speaker is invited to the top table, and the audience is requested to take their seats.
Tak, the floor is yours. Michał zostawał mnie, zaraz. O,
To nie wiem.
good idea.
Mogę go przesunąć? O, właśnie.
Tak właśnie myślałyśmy, że to
Coś jeszcze? Dobrze. A to co, notatki są?
bardzo ładne ci zdjęcie zrobię. Zaraz ci jeszcze. Zaraz prześlę i jeszcze notabene zrobię relację na stronę. Znienawidzę. Dobrze. Drodzy Państwo, że tak powiem, trzeci dzwonek.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, please come back to the room. This is the final warning. Please come back.
Nie chciałam powiedzieć, że w tematyce tutaj konferencji, ale będę bezwzględna w swoim postępowaniu. Także serdecznie zapraszam, drodzy Państwo, do zajęcia miejsc. Zaraz ci przyniosę. Szklankę też ci przynieść. Dominisia, poproszę o wodę i szklankę, dobrze? Tutaj, wiesz co, możesz przynieść kilka. Trochę techniki człowiek się...
Mogę z gwinta walnąć.
Nie, jeszcze nie.
Poczekaj do wieczora na takie przyjemności.
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Czy wiesz, ty jesteś w hotelu ze studentami, to tam wiesz.
To ja zajdę do ciebie.
Chciałbyś.
Ciągle szukam innych.
No wiesz, powiedziałabym ci, o ta co macha to moja córka, ale wiesz...
Kurde, mówiłbym ci mamo.
Ale lubię cię, ale lubię cię.
Nie? Ale to byłoby fajnie do ciebie, co?
Nie polecę.
Nie?
Ma mój
Nie,
charakter.
fajnie. Co?
Ale
Ale,
ma mój
ale jak ty się trzymasz dobrze, to ja bym tak miał wiecznie młodą żonę.
Dziękuję. Nie wiem, czy to jest taki
No
komplement.
komplement, no bo... Słuchaj, czy ja mogę w końcu powiedzieć, że możemy zastrzelić Putina, czy nie?
Możesz.
No właśnie, ale tu tak spoglądam nie ma takich dogmatycznych przykładów. Wiesz, ja jestem dogmatykiem prawa, no ale jak jest konkerży widzi.
Możesz mówić, co chcesz. Ja uważam, że...
Ale fajna dziewczyna, to ja nie biorę.
Nie. To już taka.
Ja się do pani uśmiecham nieprzypadkowo.
Uważaj, bo tutaj pan doktor już podjął pewne plany, więc miej się na baczności.
Więc wiesz, kogo unikać.
Drodzy Państwo, oddaję głos pani doktor i...
The floor goes to Irina Kozak-Balaniuk, who will preside over the second session, but unfortunately our guest speakers have not come back to the room yet, so I will try to go outside and find them.
Starczyński poszedł, to wiesz, nie wracam.
Mogę jedynie ponowić prośbę o przyjście. Yeah, like 5 minutes. тут свобідно, це Едита залишила. Так, ще я це заберу, може. Так, тут теж раз.
Тут сидить цей комп'ютер. Депутат сидить.
А, ні, там сидить, тут вільно. W takim razie zaczniemy, dlatego że czas nas goni, nieubłagalnie.
Let us recommence, because we have a limited amount of time on our hands. Welcome after the coffee break, and let us come back to this meeting where we are trying to analyze certain actions which seem to be crimes of genocide, war crimes, and the second panel of experts is devoted directly to responsibility of Russian Federation for crime of genocide in Ukraine. Previously, we spoke mostly about theory, about the definition of the term itself. We are now going to move it on to assess specific actions which might or might not fulfill the definition, but in most cases, they do fulfill the definitions of crimes under international law. Today's conference and our discussion about genocide in the context of Russian activity in Ukraine is a topic that is quite contemporary. I don't know if you know, but yesterday the Russians blew up a part of a water power station, a dam, namely, which resulted in an ecological disaster. It is also a disaster in any aspect of life within the region that is affected by this dam breakage. It resulted in major floods, and people's homes were flooded in the southern part of Ukraine. I don't know to what extent you are aware with this water-powered power plant, because it is providing cooling water to the Zaporozhye atomic power plant. So you can only try to imagine possible further consequences of this tragedy. Ukrainian Secret Service knew already back in December that there were explosives placed at the on the dam, and this was a disaster waiting to happen. Probably this could have happened, and it did eventually happen, because the Russian Federation will try to escalate the conflict. I'm saying all this because Article 6C of the statutes of the International Criminal Court, ICC, which copies the definition from the Convention on genocide, talks about trying to exterminate partly or entirely a given group of people, and this is exactly what is happening. So discussing genocide in the context of the actions of the Russian Federation is quite relevant, And this discussion must be held at many different levels, be it locally, be it internationally, in various institutions, so that we speak loudly about things that are happening. Let me now move on to our panel. And the first to take the floor is Professor George Goradze. He will speak on the context of the actions, the policy of the Russian Federation towards its neighbors, and the results of the said policy. I give you the floor.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the authors of the idea of this conference and the organizers as well. Also, many thanks to the European Parliament, European Union Parliament, where this conference is being held, which is an important fact itself. Also, many thanks to Professor Edita Krzysztofic, who invited me here, and it is a great honor for me to be here. The title of my report is so large scale that not only one report, but the whole conference itself cannot exhaust it thoroughly. Discussions on these issues may take uncountable number of days. Hundreds of dissertations could be written on it. Thus, I have a difficult task because I have to do to my best to highlight only the most important information in this ocean of materials and talk only about essentially important issues. I was strictly want to talk just 15 minutes, and as a lawyer, I will follow, and I will try to follow this rule and try to fit in 15 minutes. Because of this, I prefer to read my speech. Nazism is a symbol of extreme evil and cruelty in the history of mankind, but no less evil was the Soviet system, Soviet communism. Moreover, the communists' evil can even be considered a precursor of Nazism. Even comparing the Holocaust and the Holodomor is sufficient as an example of the similarities between communism and Nazism. The Nazis organized the Holocaust, which, according to various estimates, took lives of 6 to 10 million people. The Bolsheviks carried out the Holodomor and starved to death between 2.2 million and 10 million Ukrainians. Note that the communists organized the Holodomor in 1932-33. When the Nazis were just beginning their criminal activities. It should be noted that recently many states, including the USA, France, Belgium, Ireland, the Czech Republic, Brazil, and others, already recognized the Holodomor as a genocide of the Ukrainian people. It must be said that genocide is one of the proven methods of Russian imperialism. For example, Tsarist Russia organized many punitive military expeditions against the Circassians, also called as Cherkess or Adige, in 1863, 1864. As a result, more than 90% of the Circassian population was physically destroyed or expelled from their homeland. In this regard, the Parliament of Georgia adopted a resolution on May 20, 2011, which recognized the genocide of the Circassian people. We have already talked about the Holodomor. Russia carried out genocide and ethnic cleansing against Georgia. Genocide is taking place in Ukraine. Communism was characterized by repression and slaughter. Millions of people were shot in 1936-37, which befell the nations of the USSR. We can also mention the spring of 1943 in the Katyn massacre, where the best children of the Polish people, in total 21,857, were killed by Bolsheviks, etc. After the end of the Cold War, some thinkers predicted the end of history and the universalization of Western liberal democracy. However, expectations were not met. It soon appeared that a legal successor of the USSR, the Russian Federation, instead of establishing a liberal democracy, set the goal of reviving the empire on the ruins of the USSR. One of the famous representatives of realpolitik, John Mearsheimer, professor of the University of Chicago, who calls Putin and Lavrov great strategists and blames NATO and European Union in the ongoing war, says that Russian President Putin has never admitted that he desired to destroy the Soviet empire. Professor Mearsheimer is right. Putin never said this. He was fulfilling it. In 2005, Putin only stated that the Soviet Union collapse was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. In 2008, some Russian scientists wrote that the empire spirit was rising in Russia, which necessitated expansionism. In other words, every state which feels like an empire must act respectively. That is, it must acquire new territories because empire implies a constant expansion of its borders. In order to expand the territories, Putin used and is still using the methods characterized for the Soviet and Nazi system toward the neighboring countries. For example, a Soviet method managing the region through conflicts is something that modern Russia has always used. Conflicts take place in many neighboring countries of Russia, inspired by Russia itself. For example, Transnistria, Nagorno-Karabakh, Crimea, Abkhazia, etc. In these territories, Russia applied warriors methods, from passportization, which was first used by Nazis in Sudets, Czech Republic, to terror, occupation, and genocide. It is significant that as soon as Russia's influence in the South Caucasus weakened due to the war in Ukraine, the prospects of a peaceful end to the Karabakh conflict appeared. Due to Russia's invasion in Ukraine last year and the beginning of the war, the Bucha massacre, the killing of children, the unlawful deportation and transfer of Ukrainian children, the bombing of populated areas and other crimes against humanity, no one doubts that Russia is the aggressor and its leaders are criminals. However, Georgia was aware of it and felt the Russian aggression much earlier. Still, it took a long time to prove it. At the end of the 80s of the 20th century, parallel to the activation of the national liberation movement in Georgia, Russia inspired the separatist movements in Autonomous Republic of Abkhazia and former autonomous region of South Ossetia. And a long conflict began, in which Russia was directly involved. As a result, ethnic cleansing of the Georgians was carried out in these territories. The facts of the ethnic cleansing of Georgians in the 90s are confirmed in the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe documents of 1994, 1996, and 1999. It is also worth noting the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly on May 15, 2008, which directly affected the ethnic cleansing carried out on the territory of Abkhazia and expressed concern. Due to the changes in the demographic situation that existed before the conflict, it fully recognized property rights and the rights of the displaced persons to return to Abkhazia. By the way, in 2008-2012, on the initiative of Shota Malashkia, the chairman of the Christian Conservative Party of Georgia, who at the time headed the temporary commission of the restoration of territorial integrity of the Parliament of Georgia, the interviews of about 600 IDPs from Abkhazia were recorded, who told about unheard of atrocities committed against Georgians. In August 2008, Russia invaded Georgia to overthrow the Georgian government. With the dedication of Georgian soldiers, the intervention of the then president of the European Union Commission, Nicolas Sarkozy, and the help of our friendly countries, Russia did not achieve its goal. Although it occupied 20% of Georgian territories, and it is still continuing. This was Russia's rehearsal before the annexation of Crimea and the war in Ukraine. However, no one wanted to believe it before. Almost after 2 years from the August war, it was of Georgian it was the first time when European Union Parliament documented the fact of occupation of Georgian territories in the resolution of May 20th, 2010. Also very important is European Parliament resolution of 17th of November 2011, where it stated occupation of Georgian territories by Russia, ethnic cleansing of Georgians, and responsibility of Russia. From the legal point of view, the two most important decisions were made by the European Court of Human Rights. First, judgment of January 21st, 2021, on the case of Georgia versus Russia, its second case, in which the court stated the occupation after Russian-Georgian war of August 2008. With this decision, the European Court, together with the mass violation of human rights and the facts of ethnic cleansing, establishing the fact of the occupation of the Georgian territories and the effective control of these territories by Russia after the ceasefire, and therefore the responsibility of Russia. Second, judgment of March 7th, 2023, about 2 months ago, on the case of Mama Sakhlisi and others versus Georgia and Russia, in which Russia's responsibility for human rights violations committed in the occupied territories before the 2008 war was established for the first time, as Russia exercised effective control over Abkhazia even before the August war of 2008, since the 1990s. It took a long time to proving Russia's criminal activities against Georgia. Some blame Georgia, at least partially, for the start of the August war 2008, which was explained by the impulsiveness of President of Georgia at that time, Mikhail Saakashvili, etc. However, already in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea, which Ukrainians surrendered without a fight. This showed that it does not matter to Russia whether a state is behaving well or bad or impulsively. Russia is simply pursuing its expansionist intentions. This was finally overshadowed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the start of a full-scale war. In Ukraine, Russians are deliberately killing children, women, civilians. All illusions about Russia have disappeared. many states have declared Russia as a terrorist state and assessed Russia's actions in Ukraine as genocide. In conclusion, I should state that there is only one difference between the Nazi and Soviet system. Nazism has been judged, while the Soviet system has not been judged. This is one of the main reasons for the revived imperial aspirations in Russia, and until it is judged, there will always be a danger of relapse. That's why it will never be enough to make only a political assessment of Russia's actions or cosmetic changes in the Russian government. The organizers of the Ukrainian genocide should be judged in an international court or tribunal, and the Russian state should be held financially responsible for all the troubles they have caused to their neighboring countries. Today, the whole civilized world is united, and this unity is not based only on economical or political interests, but firstly on values. I believe that the democratic world will fight to the bitter end and finally defeat the last evil empire. The only way for Russia to obtain its peace and peace in the whole world lies in its democratization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Teraz, proszę Państwa, przejdziemy i...
And now we will listen to Joanna Siekiera, who will be speaking on the questions of genocide and war crimes in the context of the Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Sir, keep up the good work. I love what you're doing. Keep up doing what you're doing. That is just great. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank also Professor Edyta Krzysztofik for gathering us here. I am honored to be here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not only an international lawyer that is a researcher and theoretician, but also a practitioner. I am a legal advisor to military institutions, primarily North Atlantic Treaty Organization, American Marine Corps, and Finnish Defense Forces. I teach officers, generals, law of armed conflict, and since the beginning of the war, in February, I've been receiving many questions about law of armed conflict, but also about legal culture. I will make this speech shorter, not to, give you too many military details, but I want you to understand that we must stop being naive. I am proud to be called as a pragmatic lawyer, so let me please be direct here. I truly believe that truth will set us free, even if this truth is the most bitter. Because the name of the theme of this conference is genocide, but is it really genocide? Not a war crime, as in my title. Genocide is good, of course, for journalists, for public opinion. We are all humans. We see, we watch the news, what is happening in Ukraine. But again, put emotions on side. Think as perpetrator. So Russia. Why Russia does what they do? What is the rationale? So their merit, the target, why are they doing what they are doing? And please, I will give you some comments here. For us, Ukrainians, Poles, Baltic, Central Europe, what's happening in Ukraine, it wasn't shocking as it was called 3 days ago by the US Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in Shangri-La dialogue in Asia, but it was more expected because we do know the perpetrator. What is happening now in the 21st century, it is so similar, not to say the same, as what the Red Army did during the Second World War, but also after, during the very politically correct called liberalization of Europe, which we all know it was just the beginning of disaster for us in Central Europe. Professor Piotr Gliński, Polish Minister of National Heritage and Culture, said last week in an interview to Polish radio that this war is a war for culture. This war is a war for culture. What I add when I teach my military students is that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. So many geostrategists, they analyze, they read some statements. But ladies and gentlemen, British and other Western experts, they were saying that Russia will not invade. Why would they? For what? For more money, more territory? Why? That was irrational. But we know it's not about rationality. It's about ego, ladies and gentlemen. It's about keeping the image of Balshaya Rossia, so big Russia, being up in the hierarchy. And again, I'm not talking law, I'm talking culture. Russians are here, down, down, down. Other Slavics, like us, Poles, Ukrainians. And I know what I'm saying because I've been to Russia many times. I've been talking to professors, judges of tribunals, but also ordinary people in, grocery stores. And they were saying, Crimea has always been Russian. We are proud of what Putin is doing. They support the government. So I cannot stand when I hear this Putin's war. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, he's just a puppet in intelligence forces. As what my colleague said, technical, or you said cosmetic, that was really nice, cosmetic changes of government. Already now, and it's very easy to say, another person, of course man, is prepared to be another president of Russia. If Putin fails here in this war, do you think that the expectation would be lower or higher to another president to keep the image of Balshaya Rossia? Again, we must think like the perpetrator, because we, here in Europe, I can see that we are very naive. We think that if we follow the rules, that is international humanitarian law of armed conflict, that is the full and official title by the International Committee of the Red Cross from 1966. But, ladies and gentlemen, example of Ukrainians protecting their citizens. Do you remember at the beginning of the war last year that Ukrainians put big signs on the rooftops or before the buildings with the sign Dzieci, so children in Russian? Because they believed in the most significant principle of international law, being goodwill. If we enter into international relations, we assume that both parties will align. What Russians did, they bombed those places. That was a gift to Russia. Where are our minors? Where are our children to target them? Another example, I have plenty of them. Ukrainians, according to international humanitarian law, they marked where would be humanitarian corridors so the trucks could go. What Russians did, ladies and gentlemen, they mined the corridors. Think like the perpetrator. I'm not saying we should not follow the law, but we should use the law as a tool. For the institutions I work, I hope it's meaningful. They call me that I'm an expert in lawfare. What is lawfare? It's military, so heavy weapon, used law to achieve military or political goals. And Russians are perfect in it. This is the thing, that we still underestimate our enemy. We should stop laughing at them. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the ICC arrest warrant, what do you think was the reaction of Putin when he saw that ICC has no legal right over Russia because Russia or Ukraine, they are not part of ICC? And do you think that Russia will extradite head of state? No, we are showing our weakness. We should use international law to protect Ukrainians. Because we are laughing at Russians, we see many memes on the internet, but guess what? Russians are killing Ukrainians. They just destroyed, as my colleague mentioned, the Dame. Why is it? Because it's effective, it's cheap. When I landed this morning at the Brussels airport, I saw a poster that we should stop hunger because hunger is used as a tool of war. Yes, it is. Not only in Ukraine, in Africa primarily. Why is it? Because it's cheap, it's easy, it's successful, and it touches us to the bottom because we are humans. Okay? This is very important to understand why perpetrator does as he does, instead of expecting that if we will say, look, this is against, this article of Geneva Convention. That doesn't work like this. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. And when I say, is it a genocide or a war crime, I anyhow mean that, using a war crime instead of genocide would lessen the nature of this crime. Not at all. But again, as I told you, and the more legal cultural analysis will be given in my article to be printed, we must understand the rationale, so the meaning of the perpetrator. That for Russians, Ukrainians, but just like other states, again, 20% of Georgian territories under occupation. Do we have any sanctions? Do we have any ad hoc tribunal? Nothing. How about in late 90s, killing 300,000 civilians in Chechnya? Zero reaction, ladies and gentlemen. I can move on. 2019, cyber attack. First time ever in history, officially recorded cyber attack on a government of the democratic state, Tallinn, Estonia, by Russians. Nothing happened. No repercussion. Also the same year, in Czech Republic, that was the detonation of a weapons depot by 2 Russian spies. No sanctions, nothing at all. Why? Because states think about post-conflict business as usual. Why we do not have any tribunal for the either genocide or war crimes, or maybe both, in Ukraine? Because there is no will for states. If you look at the UN Secretary General or General Assembly, how states votes, it's not that only Russia and China, they are supporting another. There is a whole spectrum of countries which are not condemning Russia because they think in aftermath. What will be with the, Russia when it comes to cheap natural resources? We know this in Europe. I could move on and on. I don't want to steal more of the time of yours, but please be mindful that when we use legal analysis, we must also use this cultural approach. That culture, as never before, is that essential to use in war studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for focusing our attention on the very essence of the Russian aggression, which is actually the Russian aggression seems to have no limits. Moving on, let's continue. Professor Viktor Hryszczuk przedstawi nam, proszę Państwa, czym właściwie...
Who will talk about racism and about the reality of the Russian aggression on Ukraine in the context of that term.
Dla waszego domu, szanowni państwa. Niezwykle ważne hasło i nie tylko.
May peace be with you. It's a very important declaration for us and for all the countries in this coalition.
On nie ma mikrofonu.
Podałem to do druku.
I will talk about the nature, the very nature of racism. General Dadayev called this phenomenon racism. For me, it's racism, which in fact means Russia itself. The ideology was always the fact that the Russian elites believed that they were exceptional, and they were treating other countries in an arrogant and barbaric way, in order to show themselves as the arbiter of their destination and the ultimate judge. As you can see, I found the worst words to describe this shameful phenomenon. Putin called this operation a special operation, but the objective is a genocide, is to kill Ukrainians and make make it impossible for Ukraine to join the EU and NATO. For the Ukrainians, racism is not a new phenomenon, historically speaking. It is another brutal genocidal act in order to erase the Ukrainian identity. These similar actions have been taking place over 500 years with respect to Ukraine, but also Siberia, Caucasus, and other countries and other areas. So let me discuss the idea of the demilitarization, which is the supposed objective of this genocide. From a historical perspective, you can see this phenomenon. Russia is a country that brutally accomplishes its goals regardless of the will of other nations. In the 17th and the 18th century, gradually, all the state institutions of Ukraine were done away with, and Ukraine was changed and transformed into a part of Russia. In 1917, no, sorry, in the 17th to 19th century, there were many acts aimed at removing Ukrainian from public use. The Ukrainian church was done away with. Books in Ukrainian language were destroyed and replaced with Russian books. Children could not be baptized if the given names were Ukrainian. There were other bans, ban on using the Ukrainian alphabet. The Ukrainian language was not taught in schools, was not used in public offices, and and Ukrainian literature was not published. There were also some special penal operations, such as massacres in 1708, 1709, and penal operations in Lebedin.
Новий кодек і утвердza Січ Запорозька. В тракті
During these criminal acts, Moscow soldiers plundered those cities and killed the inhabitants. They killed even women and small children. This led to the killing of many Ukrainians living along the Dnieper River. After the so-called October Revolution of 1917, many penal operations were conducted. Hundreds of people died because they refused to adopt the communist ideology. The exact number of those murdered during these special operations is unknown. In the 1920s and 30s, we had a forced collectivization, and over 1 million Ukrainian farmers were brought into common farms. Many of them were deported to Siberia and other remote areas of the Soviet Union. After 1938, only 3% of Orthodox churches remained in Ukraine as compared to the period from before the revolution. In November 1937, over 100 representatives of Ukrainian intelligentsia were killed, and subsequently 287 eminent representatives of the Ukrainian intelligentsia were killed. Thousands of others killed in so-called concentration camps or prisons in the following years. Thousands of Ukrainians were killed, were shot dead in Katyn, in Kuropaty, and in Bukovno. The total number of those shot may reach 100,000 people, according to some studies. In December 1930, other 337 folk singers, blind folk singers and musicians were killed. They came there to a festival and they were killed without any court decision. The Great Famine, well, there were 3 such famines. The first one in 1921-23, the second in 1932-33, and the third one in 1946-1947. The total number of those who died of hunger may reach 10 million people. Some of those people died in Ukraine, others in Central Asia or in the Caucasus. After the Second World War, Ukrainians were deported en masse with their families to Siberia and to remote areas of the Soviet Union. They were accused of having lived under German occupation. Until now, not all of them have come back. This present special penal operation is another one in history. It's the same methods, but modern tools are used. International law is broken, human rights are violated. There are many atrocities that are committed by Russian soldiers. Ukraine is being devastated. Civilians are killed in Bucha,
Borodyanka, Worzel, Mariupol, Bakhmut, wielu innych
and many other villages and towns. Many towns were completely destroyed and basically stopped existing. You can see this is the same as in the 18th century, the same methods. The civilized world is surprised, now is shocked by this genocide on the Ukrainian nation, and is thinking about how this barbaric act could be possible in the 21st century. The occupier also uses inhumane practices on children. Children are deported by the Russians. They are orphans or half orphans. 16,000 children were also deported from the occupied territories. These children are, some of them are adopted illegally. During this 1 year of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, over 1,400,000 children have suffered. Over 460 children died, many others were injured. Due to mass bombings and shelling, many schools were damaged. Over 400 are completely destroyed. The Russian aggression led to the elimination of many jobs. People lost their income. Many people have became poor. Many have had to leave their homes. They don't have a place to stay, and they don't have anywhere to return to after the war, because their homes were completely destroyed. And today, one of the guest speakers mentioned the attack on the power plant, on the dam. It's really unprecedented in history. It's an ecocide and a genocide at the same time. From a historical perspective, the Muscovites have had many such operations in other countries as well, in Poland in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Chechnya, and Georgia. Such a brutal and racist aggression will never call itself, that will never be justified, and it will it can knock on any door. This is true. The Russians also have some aggressive plans towards other nations of Europe. They threaten them with nuclear weapons or with other such penal operations. And if you watch Russian TV, you will see that these threats can be heard there every day. So I call upon you to adopt a special resolution condemning racism as a murderous ideology. We have to stop this phenomenon. It has no place in the civilized world, and only if the whole civilized world faces racism will it be defeated. At the end, let me say, Slava Ukrainie.
Коалиции антирашистовской. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy serdecznie.
Thank you for this contribution. The next speaker is Professor Pilipenko, who will talk on genocide in Ukraine against the Ukrainian nation, aimed at extermination of the Ukrainian nation. You have the floor.
Шановний пане посол.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Dear friends of Ukraine. First of all, let me thank you for the support of Ukraine, and especially many thanks for organizing such an important event. As we know, On February 24th last year, the Russian Federation launched an open aggression against Ukraine, a full-scale aggression. The main purpose of so-called special military operation as to the Russian authorities is the denazification of Ukraine. Needless to say, the world was shocked by the atrocities committed by Russians. Just to mention, today the Office of Attorney General is investigating tens of thousands of crimes committed by Russian invaders. And taking into account all atrocities committed by the Russian troops in Ukraine, the Ukrainian parliament adopted a resolution on the Russian Federation's genocide in Ukraine. And we are grateful that the parliaments of Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Canada, Lithuania, Czech Republic and Ireland have already supported Ukraine and have adopted similar resolutions. Recently, the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO states also adopted a resolution which mentions possible genocide in Ukraine. And the Joint Investigation Team, together with Prosecutor's Office of ICC, had made a statement concerning Ukraine that they would concentrate not only on war crimes, but also on the crime of genocide. The world community is coming to understanding that one of the most brutal and serious international crimes, which is genocide, is committed in Ukraine. Well, but is it a crime of genocide as we used to understand it? Or are the Russians committing something much worse, something that goes beyond the existing meaning of genocide, as presented by the Genocide Convention? Let me remind you, the provisions of Article 2 of Genocide Convention define genocide as an act committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group, including the killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life, imposing measures intended to prevent birth, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. The concept of genocide is interpreted similarly in the Rome Statute. It is believed that the objective side, actus reus, of genocide is mostly formed by actions aimed at physical extermination of members of a certain group, national, ethnic or racial, and only actions for the forcible transfer of children from one group to another. Well, these actions we can clearly observe now in Ukraine, do not involve direct de facto extermination, but have the same goal with a view to the future. The object of genocide is the right of a certain group to existence. That's why genocide, as presented in Genocide Convention and ICC Statute, is primarily the physical destruction of members of certain group, whether within the territorial boundaries of the country of residence of such a group or outside its borders. That is, today the killing of Ukrainians by Russians in Ukraine is quite naturally interpreted by the world as genocide. However, if we assume that Russians, even without waging an aggressive war in Ukraine, would kill the Ukrainians on national grounds in Russia, this could also be interpreted as genocide of Ukrainians, as both the first example and the second are about the destroying of a certain protected group. At the same time, publicly available facts and official information, as well as the events of even recent months, shows that the military and political leadership of Russian Federation commits a number of other socially dangerous acts in Ukraine that do not quite correspond to the features of international crimes known to modern international law. These are primarily acts related to so-called denazification as one of the reasons for the aggression. Many of such acts are extremely cruel and publicly dangerous, as they threaten the existing world order and therefore require a more detailed analysis for their international legal assessment. In fact, criminal acts committed by Russian military in Ukraine in many respects corresponds to the crime of genocide. But the purpose of their commission, the intent of Russian leaders, their mens rea, a range of socially dangerous actions, and therefore the objective side, or actus reus, as a component of this international crime, will differ significantly from a similar component of conventional genocide. Firstly, having analyzed Putin's speeches during his addresses to Russian people of February 21st and February 24th, before the full-scale aggression, we reveal that turned out that there is, I quote, literally, no such state as Ukraine and no such nation as the Ukrainian nation. They do not exist historically. Ukraine is an artificial state without its own history and territory, created by communists. Therefore, it needs to be decommunized. End of quotation. What it obviously means it must be eliminated. In addition, an article titled, I quote, Russia Offensive and Coming of a New World in the Russian state-owned media RIA Novosti, which was scheduled to be published 3 days after the start of the active phase of aggression, but that cancelled, stated that, I quote, Russia is rebuilding its unity, destroyed after 1991, bringing the Russian people together again, and Ukraine will no longer exist. End of quote. Thus, the purpose of the special military operation is very clear. Ukraine must be destroyed. Here we can also mention the statements of Deputy Chairman of the Security Council of Russian Federation, ex-President of Russia, Medvedev, and official statements of well-known pro-government political scientists, such as Sergeytsev, calling for the destruction of Ukrainian nation. And such wrongful declarations of Russian leaders still continue, showing the similar pattern of conduct. A few months ago, above-mentioned Medvedev stated that, I quote, after the war, Ukraine will no longer exist on the planet Earth, because this is historically Russia, end of quote. And a few weeks ago, Putin, during its official meeting with the head of Constitutional Court of Russia, stated that Ukraine has never existed in the history of world civilization, end of quote. To eliminate Ukrainian nation and even any single mention about it, this is the primary goal of Russia. The denial of existence of Ukraine is the Russian state ideology. Secondly, we witness multiple actions going along with this goal that I mentioned. I mean mass destruction of Ukrainian historical and fiction literature being performed by so-called ideological units of the Russian military police, and the Ukrainians in the temporary occupied territories are forbidden to study in schools in Ukrainian language. To this, we can also add the decision of Russian Ministry of Education that Ukrainian textbook distort true history, whose history we don't know, or the actions of the investigative committee of the Russian Federation to initiate a criminal case on the falsity of Ukrainian history. All of these and other facts certainly complement the actus reus of crime being committed, as they are trying to erase and rewrite the official history of separate nation. And thirdly, it is especially worth emphasizing that above-mentioned acts are committed by Russians with the intent to implement a separate plan and are a manifestation of the policy of Russian state, which is officially called by their authorities denazification. Well, it's clearly seen that such policy of denazification, in fact, is just a cover and has nothing to do and to deal with its historical meaning. It's not hard to note that above-mentioned actions, although not aimed at the direct physical extermination of Ukrainians, as is typical for the crime of genocide, still pose a significant public danger. They actually threaten the existence of the whole nation as one of the members of world civilization. A nation, not in political sense as a group of people tied by common citizenship and a common statehood, but a nation or a people as a community of individuals who possess common and unique name, language, religion, culture, history, traditions, and historical motherland. So by all and any manifestation of Russian policy, it aims in fact to destroy the Ukrainian nation. Consequently, the Russian denazification de facto is nothing but a deliberate, conscious, and premeditated attempt to destruct another nation. They are aimed at destroying the unique history of the nation and its appropriation, as well as the destruction and appropriation of other nations' cultural heritage, folklore, the destruction of language as a unique identifier of the nation. They are aimed at the denial of the other nation's identity, the deprivation of its own historical territory and statehood as a result of exercising of such a nation the right to self-determination. There is no official legal definition of a term nation or people as a community of individuals in international law, as there is no actually unique conventional definition of any of the genocide-protected group either. Of course, One can speak about the meanings of national ethnic racial group using the judgments of ICTR and ICTU, but they may vary as to subjective or objective criteria different judges used in different cases. Frankly speaking, different approaches in the cases of international tribunals on Rwanda and Yugoslavia to the criteria of defining a national, ethnic, religious or racial group and the criteria for belonging to it do not prevent us from the following conclusion. The concept of a protected group in the Convention and the concept of the term nation I am speaking about here are distinct and different from each other. Moreover, the nation is actually a certain kind of aggregate of all or several groups that are protected by the Convention. And unlikely to the definition of the protected groups, the word nation, in its broad meaning, has much wider sense. That means the object of the encroachment in crime of Russians are committing in Ukraine is different from the object of the crime of conventional genocide. To put it simply, what Russians are doing simply does not fit into the concept of conventional genocide. So in view of such conclusion, I can propose the concept of international legal responsibility, which is based on the destruction, elimination, I would say erasing of an entire nation. And the criminal acts of the Russian aggressors, which they are committing today, can serve as an example and as a vital necessity to do so. But for greater persuasiveness of this approach to the assessment of the relevant crime and its difference from the crime of genocide, conventional genocide, let us turn to the origin of the theory of genocide. The destruction of the nation. This is what genocide primarily meant for its founder, Raphael Lemkin. Genocide, according to Lemkin, was not necessarily a mass killing of the members of the nation, but a plan, I quote, a plan of different actions aiming at the destructions of essential foundations of life of such nation. He wrote in his fundamental work, Axis, Role in Occupied Europe, in 1943, if I'm not mistaken, I quote, the objectives of such a plan would be a disintegration of political and social institutions, of culture, of language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of nation. Genocide, according to Raphael Lemkin, has two phases. One is the destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group, and the other phase, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. To describe the destruction of national pattern, he used the word denationalization, eliminating the nation. Well, does it sound familiar to what Russians are doing now, destructing our national pattern and calling it denazification? Just another word, but the same meaning. Unfortunately, the further meaning of genocide was substantially narrowed down from its original sense during the drafting of Genocide Convention in 1948. Thus, it puts the crime of destruction of the nations out of scope of international protections. And needless to say, all actions Russians are committing are dangerous from the point of view of international law, as they encroach on the peaceful coexistence of states, nations, and the world order. Therefore, there is a need for their further recording and evaluation so that it can be properly assessed. Well, it seems there is a strong need also to single out a more aggravated crime and a more dangerous crime in modern international law, along with the already known genocide, which could be called, for instance, a natiocide, destruction of the nation. It composed of two words, like nation, and Latin suffix sedo, means killing. По-польську то може бути як народобойство. Such criminalization would not only help to condemn Russian authorities worldwide for what they are committing in Ukraine, but it could help the world community to prevent such atrocity crimes in the future and protect nations as the members of world civilization and bearers of the unique historical, cultural, territorial and linguistic heritage. Pan Posol Tarczyński mentioned very important words of Raphael Lemkin. New conception require new terms, and I also agree with you that new crime require new terms, and new century also, we see, require new terms. To summarize it up, I think it's time to update our understanding of the crime of genocide. Or I would say it's time to legalize or to restore its original meaning, destruction of the nation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for summarizing those elements that prove that this is about destroying the nation. Exactly. So thank you once more for, let's say, evaluating those elements that actually prove that this is about destroying the nation, the very nation of a particular country. Przejdźmy dalej, proszę Państwa. Pan profesor Władysław Nawrocki
Microphone, please.
przedstawi nam właściwie zagadnienie, bądź odpowie na pytanie, czy Putin posiada immunitet w ewentualnych, na pewno koniecznych sprawach przed sądami ukraińskimi.
Dziękuję bardzo. Nie bardzo dobrze mówił po polsku. Przepraszam za błędy. Tak. Ma z tego powodu kilka aksjomatów, kilka twierdzeń i wiele argumentów.
I will have a number of comments and some arguments. To begin with, the first certainty. Putin is a criminal. I know that we have the presumption of innocence, but Putin will have to be brought to justice before the International Criminal Court or a special tribunal. But can he be brought to justice before Ukrainian courts? His crimes are crimes under international and national law. So, under international law, there are no crimes that are not included in the penal criminal code of Ukraine. And now some statements. What are the relations between national and international criminal law? Is the national criminal law does it have priority? Of course not. International criminal law cannot limit the application of national criminal law more than it is stipulated in international agreements. Some other statements. Can we apply immunity against committing crimes by heads of state, for example? So, how international law affects national law in this respect? I made my assessment in some publications, and I concluded that Putin and his proxies can be seen as criminals under national criminal law. But some people say that they have immunity. Those who think so are my opponents. There are some of them. For example, Mykola Chnatowski from the European Tribunal of Human Rights and other people. Now, what is the practice in Ukraine in this respect? before, from the beginning of the war until March this year, thousands of legal suits were started. But since the 17th of March, we had instructions from the Office of General Prosecution, and one of the arguments is the immunity that supposedly protects heads of state or soldiers. But such immunities are not directly stipulated in no international treaty. Another argument: such immunity would mean impunity for those that started or participated in an aggressive war. So it is doubtless. There exists a memorandum of the Secretariat of the International Law Committee, and in this memorandum there are arguments in favor and against of the existence of immunity. And there are a number of examples of criminal liability of such people as Pinochet, Hussein, Ceausescu. One more argument. Even if such practice exists under international criminal law, it may not have application to national criminal law. But in Ukraine, we need to respect international agreements and the case law of the European Tribunal of Human Rights, and the use of other sources, such as memoranda, etc., is not obligatory. One more argument. In Ukraine, we apply the principle of criminal liability for crimes that are stipulated in the criminal code. So the practice of immunity does not comply with our rules or the rules of international criminal law. There is one rule. The official line is that if rational choice is possible. Now, the question of impunity started in the Middle Ages, when the role of the courts was limited. But at present, we are able to judge if a war is just or not. But if a war is aggressive, then there applies liability. And there is one more argument. Ukraine is a victim of aggression, and it can decide on the criminal liability of perpetrators. National and international law do not compete with one another. Rather, they are partners. They complement each other.
Co daje wprowadzenie tej...
Now, what purpose serves the introduction of this concept? There are a number of practical reasons, and one, that this could guarantee that liability will actually be respected. There is a practice of not respecting immunity. The priority is to bring those responsible for a genocide to justice. Now, the jurisdiction of international courts should not exclude his liability before Ukrainian courts. The immunity is used in international relations for the countries to cooperate, not to allow impunity. I hope I have given you arguments to the effect that Putin will and his cronies will not be able to use immunity to avoid responsibility. Thank you to the Polish nation.
Przepraszam, to ta technika jednak przerasta. A przejdźmy do przedostatniego wystąpienia.
And now, Professor Pawlo Fries, who will talk about psychological and ideological foundations of collaboration in the conditions of Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament, there are 4 Ukrainian professors sitting here in front of you. We are sitting in a warm, nice, welcoming European city. Well, our compatriots are being bombed and shelled. Today, as we speak, there was an alarm raised in all of Ukraine. And just like my colleague, I would like to thank the United Europe. I would like to thank Poland in particular for what Poland is doing for us, for the cooperation, for help, military, political, economic help, and also for moral help, which is very, very important. We were not left alone, and that's very important. I'm really sorry, my Polish is not strong enough for a whole presentation. Don't know if it will be enough. Now it's okay, but when I start speaking more technical, it will be more difficult. I may switch to Ukrainian then. Collaboration is the topic of my presentation. It's a phenomenon that has always been present in history, but in Europe it really appeared as a phenomenon after the First World War. But intensified in the Second World War. a famous English historian, has said Poland was the only country where there practically was no collaboration. When Russia attacked Ukraine, this problem appeared in Ukraine. Our criminal code did not recognize such a crime, and it only appeared and was defined when the war broke out. I won't talk about this, though, and won't dwell about this. But let me give you one number. Only in Odessa and the region, more than 500 people were punished for collaboration. Many, that's many people. Where did they come from? And here we're talking about two regions, the Eastern region and the Crimea region. These are two different stories. First, let me say that the word collaboration depends on how a person defines what they do. Legal conscience has two elements: legal psychology and legal ideology. So where does the psychology and ideology come? Where did they come from? In the east of Ukraine first. Unlike Professor Hryszczuk, I will not talk about distant history. I will talk about the 20th century. After the First World War, after the Civil War, the workforce of Ukraine, the farmers in the east of Ukraine were killed. These were farmers who worked the land, and they were feeding all of Europe. So what happened? We had the famine in the 20s, and then repressions, collectivization. And peasants were thrown away from their farms, but they had to work. So what did Stalin do? Stalin sent Russian farmers to Ukraine. I will not give you numbers, but please believe me, hundreds of farmers were moved from Russia to the east of Ukraine, also to the south of Ukraine, to the south and the east of Ukraine. And our Ukrainian spirit was weakened. And then the famine, and then again these Russian farmers, and then Stalin's repressions in 1937, where towns and villages were decimated. They killed farmers, and after the war, we had to work in Donbass, in the mines. There were no miners, so they brought people from other parts of Russia. And again, there were fewer and fewer Ukrainians. In the 1960s, there was a lack of workforce in the factories. So there was a certain practice, namely people who had been convicted had to work. And these people came from all over the Soviet Union. So what happened was that in the south and the east of Ukraine, there were fewer and fewer Ukrainians. All of them had colleagues and family back in Russia. They were all watching Russian TV. And I'm not going to tell you about what Russian TV is like. I can only bear it for a second, really. No, it's unwatchable. There's not a word of truth. So these people started to think in a different way than the Ukrainians did. So what were the main ideas? Ukraine is not an independent state. Hatred for the Ukrainians, hatred for the Ukrainian state, love of Russia. Russia is our older brother. Russia is a powerful country that we have to join. And other similar slogans. Now the Crimea. After the war, there were more Ukrainians than Russians in Crimea. But later on, Stalin expelled Crimean Tatars. And again, there was a lack of workforce. And again, these Russians were moved there. But they didn't stay there. They left Crimea.
Eszelony to są wagony.
And Crimea was in a very difficult situation. But Crimea remained Ukrainian. And a decision was made that Crimea should be joined with Ukraine. And that was done. Ukraine gave everything to Crimea. First of all, it gave Crimea water. There was no water in Crimea. And there will be none after this war. But in particular, after the Soviet Union broke apart, in 1992, Russia started looking at Crimea and seeing it as its own territory. I was last there in 1995, and what I saw then was unbelievable. The Moscow University in Sevastopol. the Science University, Moscow Science University, also there. Technical Institute of Moscow. And who was educated there? Ukrainians? No, of course not. They were preparing collaborators. They were grooming collaborators there, and that's what happened. In the end, in 2014, Crimea was annexed, and they found collaborators there. They found support there. They found full support. And now, Putin says that this was a mistake, that they did not attack all of Ukraine at that point in time. So now what was the ideology all about? I will read this in Ukrainian, hope you understand.
Є особливою, вищою історичною формою існування спільноти людей. Panie profesorze, jak osoba cywilizowana pan się śmieje. Ja również.
You are laughing. Well, I can also laugh. Yeah.
Потребує постійного захисту від різноманітних посягань. Проти нас всі. Wszyscy проти. Trzecie. Ідея руського світу повинна підтримуватись, знаходити підтримку в просторі. Вона постійно повинна поширюватись. От є ten фундамент.
So this is the foundation on which this ideology relies. We now have a special committee in the Verkhovna Rada, in the Council, which is trying to define collaboration. Together with some Polish colleagues, we are trying to work on this topic. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Już jestem. Dziękujemy. Jedyne podsumowanie.
Thank you very much. The only conclusion that comes to my mind is that indeed an external aggressor, but an internal enemy must be persecuted as well. Now we're moving on to the last speaker today by Mr. Berendt, who will talk on the issue of persecuting for the highest crime under international law. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well.
Tak? Dobrze, bardzo proszę o uruchomienie prezentacji. Proszę Państwa, przywilejem ostatniej osoby jest
The privilege of the last speaker is to say that food will be served after my speech. Now, on the negative side, if the speeches are quite similar, what I wanted to tell you today has already been said to a large extent. I need to make reference to Lemkin as our host, but in such a way I'm gonna I'm not going to use my presentation of 24 slides. I will only share with you my conclusions on legal criminal liability in the 21st century.
Okej. Proszę Państwa, więc ja swoje wystąpienie w kilku dosłownie...
So, I'll be very brief. Now, the 21st century, not only what happened after the 24th of February of last year, but one should consider also what happened back in 2014. With respect to criminal liability, this is sometimes forgotten. Now, since when is Ukraine facing problems with Russia? Not since that moment. They've had problems forever. We as Polish people, we understand this better. We've had problems with Russia ever since 1650, the Pereyaslav Agreement. Those who hoped that things would work out, it was obvious that they were wrong. If you look from the perspective of legal philosophy, I'm an expert of criminal law. So if you look at the idea of a just war, one could pose the following question, irrespective of who said those words. So do you have countries which should be bombed prophylactically every 50 years, irrespective of the reasons? I won't be the one asking this question, but this is a reference to a certain classic, but historians from some countries would be able to answer to that question. Now, I won't say much on genocide. The UN term, which I put at the bottom of the slide, points to the fact that the meaning of genocide, and as understood by the United Nations, includes deportations, so sending people from one location to another. This is quite relevant because please note how the court in The Hague reacted, why people are being persecuted, and why we are persecuting for something would seem to be less harsh than what we experience when we are being bombarded by news agencies and television. So this includes deportations as well, this type of genocide. If we were to look historically at the situation, then we can think about the court in Nuremberg. And the working principles that were invented back then are used to this day. There will not be a Nuremberg 2.0. It was only possible at the time where the state failed, and only under such conditions it was possible at the time. So you will not have another Nuremberg for Russia. So what can we offer instead? There are two competing options. The penal code of Ukraine could provide with notions of criminal persecution of Putin and other leaders, but to a certain extent, state leaders are property of entire Europe, then probably they would have to be treated at a European level. In The Hague. Why in The Hague? Because there is nothing else than the court in The Hague, the ICC. It's become famous because of Professor Homański from Poland, and the ICC is the body which would have to react at this point in time. I believe that the ICC is taking action because there's no one else willing and able to take action, but the ICC has no formal or factual possibility to persecute. Irrespective of this, let me point 5 features which make the ICC different from the Nuremberg Court. Of course, the jurisdiction is not voluntary because the country from which the potential offender comes from, they will never agree to the court being established. So as if you had a criminal perpetrator who would refuse to be put before a court, and then the court would have no jurisdiction over them because they would disagree. The ICC can only be activated when internal courts fail, but possibly one could try and bypass this requirement. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6:30. The interpreters finished their work after 4 hours. Thank you for your attention.
Trwałe, po drugie kosztowne, a po trzecie, no jednak są oparte o dość skomplikowane postępowanie dowodowe. To jest odpowiedź na pytanie, dlaczego ścigamy deportację, a nie eksterminację. Tak naprawdę z powodów właściwie czysto dowodowych. To jest jedyny powód, dla którego dzieje się tak, a nie inaczej. Dalsza, proszę Państwa, cecha Hagi i to jest potężny problem, to jest brak możliwości prowadzenia postępowania w trybie zaocznym. To oznacza, że dla egzekwowania odpowiedzialności karnej właściwie należałoby sprowadzić bezpośrednio podsądnego przed Trybunał, co w obecnych okolicznościach jest oczywiście niemożliwe. No i to już może powinna by tego nie rozwijać. Proszę Państwa, to w jakimś sensie z punktu widzenia także historyka jest rzecz niezrozumiała, bo już w pierwszym procesie norymberskim, kiedy ścigano głównych zbrodniarzy nazistowskich, to nie był żaden kłopot. To znaczy Martina Bormanna można nie tylko było ścigać zaocznie, ale można było go skazać na karę śmierci zaocznie. W związku z czym my w jakimś sensie uczyniliśmy krok wstecz, jeżeli chodzi o standardy międzynarodowego ścigania karnego, bo to, co było dla Europejczyka oczywiste po 1945 roku, to znaczy pewne standardy norymberskie, one dzisiaj okazuje się są w jakimś sensie w regresie. Proszę Państwa, ale żeby nie powiedzieć tylko to, czego nie można zrobić, 2 slajdy odnośnie tego, co można byłoby ewentualnie zrobić. Oczywiście mnie się wydaje, choć rzucam tylko hasłowo, że w grę wchodziłoby albo oddanie pod jurysdykcję ukraińską, ale chcielibyśmy mieć swój udział w ściganiu zbrodniarza przeciwko ludzkości, w związku z czym wydaje się, że właściwszy byłby tutaj Trybunał ad hoc, ale ponieważ wiadomo, że do tego potrzebna jest zgoda Rady Bezpieczeństwa, no to albo trzeba byłoby zmienić instytucję weta, albo trzeba byłoby wykluczyć Rosję, pewnie razem z Chinami, z Rady Bezpieczeństwa, chyba że powołalibyśmy Trybunał poza ONZ-em, ale oczywiście wtedy powstaje pytanie, jaki mandat byłby takiego Trybunału do ścigania, ale to jest kwestia pewnej woli, która być może by się znalazła. Proszę Państwa, punkt drugi, o tym przed chwilą powiedziałem. No, okoliczności są takie, że tylko wyposażenie Trybunału w kompetencje do procedowania w trybie zaocznym, jeżeli chodzi o sprawcę, jest gwarancją przeprowadzenia przewodu. Co było możliwe, to jest ten przypadek Martina Bormanna, sekretarza NSDAP, o którym powiedzieliśmy. Proszę Państwa, rodząca się właściwie w Norymberdze zasada podżegania łańcuszkowego, czyli podżegania do podżegania, tak żeby przejść od samej góry po sam dół, oczywiście z odrzuceniem teorii ślepych bagnetów, to znaczy, aby uniknąć tej sytuacji, która była widoczna w Norymberdze, kiedy wszyscy pytani jak jeden mąż odpowiadali w świetle postawionego zarzutu niewinny. Tak? Czyli krótko mówiąc te zasady i ta zasada działająca w drugą stronę, to znaczy oczywiście przy poszanowaniu zasady zawinienia uznanie, że dowódca ponosi odpowiedzialność karną także za czyny popełnione przez jego podkomendnego. Proszę Państwa, dla mnie to jest teza zupełnie oczywista. I jako prawnika, i jako adwokata, i jako pracownika nauki, jako historyka. Proszę Państwa, świat, który żeśmy znali, bezpowrotnie się skończył. Świat, który znaliśmy przed marcem 2020 roku, nie istnieje. To znaczy Nie potrzeba odwoływania się oczywiście do biblijnej apokalipsy, ale prawda jest taka, że mieliśmy najpierw zarazę, potem mieliśmy wojnę. I trzeba też sobie powiedzieć, że te nasze twierdzenia, że pewnych rzeczy nie możemy zrobić, to poprzedzam ostatni wątek swojej wypowiedzi, mianowicie kwestię kary eliminacyjnej, czy w ogóle systemu kar, jakimi mógłby dysponować taki Trybunał. Proszę Państwa, trzeba sobie uświadomić, że te standardy, które powstawały, to są standardy, które powstawały oczywiście bezpośrednio po II wojnie światowej, żeby było jasne. Ja jako zwłaszcza adwokat nie mam mentalności osoby, która byłaby zwolennikiem kary śmierci, ale trzeba sobie powiedzieć uczciwie, że te standardy, które powstały, one powstawały po II wojnie światowej w zupełnie innych okolicznościach, w zupełnie innej atmosferze. W latach 50. powstawały pod sztandarami nigdy więcej wojny. To znaczy w świadomości tamtych ludzi nie mieściło się, że coś takiego mogłoby się powtórzyć. Proszę Państwa, ale tak jak Państwa zapytamy jeden drugiego, kto z Państwa powie 2, 3, 4, 5 lat temu, czy to się mogło zdarzyć w Europie. Nikt nie powie. Prawda jest taka, że z perspektywy historycznej byliśmy głupi w 1918, byliśmy głupi w 1945 i byliśmy głupi rok temu czy 1,5 roku wstecz. Dzisiaj stoimy realnie przed tymi problemami, które jeszcze 2 lata temu wydawały się niemożliwe. Podobnie to dotyczy protokołu podpisanego w Wilnie w 1991 roku na kanwie właściwie euforii po rozpadzie Związku Radzieckiego. Proszę Państwa, dzisiaj rzeczywistość socjologiczna, aksjologiczna, pewna legitymizacja, pewien sposób myślenia o państwie, prawie i możliwościach zmienia się. Na skutek niestety doświadczeń takich jak zaraza i wojna, ale zmienia się. W związku z czym przy całej ostrożności i niechęci do wprowadzenia kary śmierci do poziomu kodeksu karnego w przypadku przestępstw powszechnych, no jednak rozważyłbym możliwość wyposażenia takiego Trybunału w możliwość jednak orzekania kary eliminacyjnej. Ale żeby było jasne, pod pojęciem kary eliminacyjnej nie rozumiem kary dożywotniego pozbawienia wolności, tylko proszę Państwa, jeżeli domagamy się pewnego postulatu równości wobec prawa, no to jeżeli byli zbrodniarze nazistowscy sądzeni i skazywani na karę śmierci, to pytanie jest takie, dlaczego mamy różnicować współczesnych zbrodniarzy, skoro sytuacja w Europie uległa drastycznej przemianie w ciągu ostatnich de facto 2 lat. Zwróćcie Państwo też uwagę, że z punktu widzenia filozofii kary jest popularne na uniwersytetach nauczanie tej teorii prospektywnej. To znaczy karzemy po to, aby nie popełniono przestępstwa. Ja już pomijam, że w przypadku przywódców rosyjskich mamy chroniczną recydywę. Znaczy to jest jakieś w ogóle działanie w warunkach z góry powziętego zamiaru czynu ciągłego właściwie przez każde pokolenia i każdą generację, żeby to było jasne. Jakieś takie powiedzenia, że hitleryzm z nazizmem nie są porównywalne, bo za Hitlerem poszły masy, a za przywódcami rosyjskimi nie, jest oczywiście nieprawdziwe. Jest oczywiście nieprawdziwe. W związku z czym dałoby się wyprowadzić z perspektywy prospektywnej, ale zwłaszcza retrybutywnej. Proszę Państwa, retrybutywizm, czyli kara jako sprawiedliwa odpłata za wyrządzone zło w przypadku ludobójstwa jest w stanie legitymizować i z perspektywy aksjologii, i z perspektywy filozofii prawa właściwie każdą karę. Proszę Państwa, oczywiście pojawi się pytanie, to jest ostatni wątek, który chciałbym krótko poruszyć. No, gdyby nawet taki Trybunał ad hoc, niezależnie od Rady Bezpieczeństwa powołać, zbrodniarzy osądzić, no to powstałoby pytanie oczywiście, w jaki sposób karę wykonać. Proszę Państwa, no, mamy doświadczenia dwojakiego rodzaju. Pan profesor podpowiada, że oni już by znaleźli. Proszę Państwa, ale jest jedna rzecz. Proszę Państwa, aby trzymać ten jednak dyskurs w ramach dyskursu naukowego, proszę Państwa, mamy doświadczenia. One są być może dyskusyjne, ale świat jednak usankcjonował to, co się wydarzyło. Mamy doświadczenia przymusowego doprowadzenia, już że się posłużę eufemizmem, Adolfa Eichmanna. To świat finalnie uznał. Proszę Państwa, mamy w Polsce doświadczenia polskiego państwa podziemnego, gdzie wyroki zapadały zaocznie, a następnie były wykonywane. W związku z czym jest instrumentarium, które pozwalałoby na to, aby skutecznie odpowiedzialność karną ewentualnie wyegzekwować. Także powiedzenie, że pewnych rzeczy się nie da zrobić, nie zamyka oczywiście dyskursu. No ten dyskurs otwiera z pytaniem, w jaki sposób ukształtować właściwy Trybunał i w jaki sposób taką karę wykonać. Oczywiście nie byłoby zgody na to, aby Trybunał mógł decydować, to jest moje ostatnie zdanie, na to, aby dokonać rozstrzelania kogokolwiek, bo rozstrzelanie, przypomnę, przysługuje wyłącznie w trybie śmierci honorowej żołnierzom. Norymberga odmawiała w odpowiedzi na składane wnioski rozstrzelania, odpowiadając, że będą powieszeni jak zwykli pospolici przestępcy. Więc co do sposobu, droga otwarta. Bardzo dziękuję za uwagę. Dziękuję.
Brawo.
Dziękujemy. Pytanie. To jeszcze pytanie tutaj pan profesor chce zrzucić. Mikrofon.
Wyznanie kompetencji Międzynarodowego Sudu Kryminalnego na przykładzie Serbii i Miloševića. Kiedy wygody państwa i społeczeństwa droższe, czym zdrowie i życie byłego celnika.
Dobrze, proszę.
Może przez sankcje?
To ja tylko jeszcze nawiążę tutaj do wystąpienia pana doktora i tak rzucę takie hasło jak Trybunał Umiędzynarodowiony. Może to jest jednak też opcja do rozważenia. To takie hasło rzucone, które... Właśnie, to w takim razie chodzi o skutek. Dobrze, proszę państwa, w takim razie myślę, że chyba dyskusję przenosimy dokładnie. Ja dziękuję serdecznie wszystkim prelegentom. Wartościową dyskusję. Dziękuję serdecznie, dziękuję organizatorom jeszcze. I oczywiście
Bardzo dziękuję. Tak. Chciałbym tylko powiedzieć, że na pewno nie jest to nasza ostatnia konferencja, to już jest trzecia. Myślę, że arcyciekawa, naprawdę. Bardzo dziękuję pani doktor za organizację. Dziękuję państwu za obecność i powtarzam, uważam, że temat jest na tyle istotny, na tyle ważny, że powinniśmy kontynuować i mam nadzieję, że jeszcze w tym roku uda nam się zorganizować 4. konferencję. Myślę, że w tym roku powinno nam się udać. Także dziękuję państwu bardzo, jestem pod wrażeniem. Dziękuję pięknie.
Drodzy państwo, jeszcze było pytanie tutaj od pana.
Tak, dzień dobry. Jeżeli mogę, korzystając z okazji. Ignacy Buczyński, Katolicki Uniwersytet Lubelski, 3. rok. Chciałem zapytać, korzystając z tego, że jesteśmy w takim towarzystwie i odnieść się do prezentacji pana posła i pana doktora. No przyznam szczerze, że przychodzi mi z trudem zadanie to pytania i tak się biłem z myślami, ale w świetle definicji ludobójstwa, jakby pan mógł scharakteryzować, jakich według pana, czy w twórczości Rafała Lemkina elementów brakuje, żeby za ludobójstwo, i zaraz wytłumaczę, dlaczego zadaję to pytanie, żeby za ludobójstwo uznać obecny proceder szerzącej się aborcji, eutanazji i nawiązując właśnie do tego cynizmu Hitlera, czy nie jest ironią losu, że Hitler, mimo że wojnę przegrał, to się dzieje na naszych oczach, czyli demografia Europy ulega zmianie. To pierwsza część pytania, a druga do pana doktora Jarosława Szymanka. Czy uważa pan, że Europa jeszcze może się wznieść kiedykolwiek na ten poziom, żeby była nadal kontynentem, który wyznawał takie wzniosłe idee? Dziękuję.
Jeżeli chodzi o definicję, o termin ludobójstwa, w moim przekonaniu, nawiązując do słynnego stwierdzenia, że nowe koncepcje wymagają nowych terminów, nowe czasy wymagają nowych koncepcji, mam wrażenie, że niebawem będziemy rozmawiać i już w opracowaniach niektórych badaczy pojawiają się tezy, że użycie narkotyków jako broni biologicznej głównych producentów narkotyków przeciwko państwom sąsiednim i mogę to potwierdzić po moich wizytach 2 w Kolumbii, że partyzantki, to o czym wspominałem wcześniej, partyzantki komunistyczne wykorzystują produkcję narkotyków i mają, co jest bardzo symboliczne, zakaz używania oraz sprzedawania w swoich szeregach oraz w regionie, który zajmują, a sprzedają, często też rozdają w państwach wrogich, czy w grupach wrogich. A więc uważam, że tak szeroka dystrybucja narkotyków używana w celach politycznych jeszcze w Europie nie jest zauważana, albo my nie chcemy jej zauważyć. To jest po pierwsze. Po drugie, jeżeli chodzi o ludobójstwo kulturowe, do niedawna rozmawialiśmy o takich symbolicznych, moim zdaniem bardzo ważnych elementach historycznie już teraz, czyli chociażby wysadzenie posągów Buddy przez talibów. I to wywołało oburzenie na świecie, ale proszę zauważyć, że nowe aplikacje, takie jak TikTok, wytworzone przez Chińczyków, są używane tylko właśnie do nauki w Chinach, są zakazane i przekazane do odpowiedniego przedziału wiekowego, a Europa jest zalewana kontentem, który my teraz nazywamy dezinformacją lub misinformacją, a tak naprawdę te rzeczy, które wyświetlają się 12-latkom teraz w Europie, są targetowane. Więc jeżeli mówimy o rozszerzeniu i spojrzeniu i budowaniu na teorii Lemkina, to trzeba wziąć pod uwagę nowe czasy. Te czasy się zmieniają, inna broń jest używana. Narkotyki nigdy nie były postrzegane jako broń biologiczna w tak szerokiej skali. Były w latach 60. szczególnie kojarzone z przyjemnością, z wolnością, ze stylem życia. Teraz są używane jako broń absolutna i to bojownicy FARC potwierdzili. Nawet zrealizowałem film dokumentalny na ten temat. Będąc w Kolumbii bardzo dobrze poznałem sposoby ich działania, to po pierwsze. A po drugie uważam, że używanie do zabójstwa kulturowego narzędzi cyfrowych jest już tak powszechne i najgorsze, jest bardzo powszechne, a najgorsze jest to, że nie jesteśmy tego świadomi. Szkody wywołane przez narzędzia cyfrowe, przez różnego rodzaju systemy targetowania wiedzy lub jej braku są rozwiązaniami, z których nie mamy świadomości i przyniosą efekt bardzo negatywny. Tak jak prawdziwą ilość ofiar poznamy dopiero za kilkanaście, kilkadziesiąt lat na Ukrainie, dlatego że kiedy ja pojechałem zobaczyć masowe groby w Izium i wracałem z tych dołów, to mi lekarz, który brał udział w ekshumacjach, powiedział: prawdziwą ilość ofiar poznamy za kilkadziesiąt lat, ponieważ te osoby, które umrą na atak serca, będą umierać jeszcze przez wiele lat. A więc tak jak w przypadku ofiar policzalnych na Ukrainie potrzebujemy czasu, tak samo ten efekt użycia różnego rodzaju form cyfryzacji. Uważam, że na pewno nie można tego stwierdzić jednoznacznie, ale powinno się na ten temat dyskutować. Jeżeli chodzi o aborcję, eutanazję, kwestia jest absolutnie dla mnie bezdyskusyjna, więc nawet nie poruszam tego tematu. Dziękuję.
Słychać mnie? Słychać. Powiem tak, częściowo pan sobie sam odpowiedział na to pytanie. Pytanie o aborcję. Otóż jeden z think tanków francuskich na początku tego roku przeanalizował liczbę aborcji na świecie i doszedł do wniosku, patrząc po wszystkich kontynentach, że w 2022 roku aborcja była pierwszą przyczyną śmierci w świecie, tak? Wyprzedzającą wszystkie pozostałe, między innymi choroby serca czy choroby nowotworowe. Tak? To pokazuje, że rzeczywiście mamy do czynienia z dramatem, jeśli chodzi o podstawy aksjologiczne. Tak? No, odpowiadając wprost na pana pytanie, powiem, tak długo jak Europejczycy będą mieli problem nawet z tym, jakiej są płci, to myślę, że nie poradzą sobie i nie odbudują tego, co przez wieki tworzyło kontynent europejski. Bo cały problem polega na tym, że w pewnym momencie zakwestionowaliśmy to, co wydawało się być aksjomatem. Jeśli nie ma aksjomatu, to nie ma wzorca. Jeśli nie ma wzorca, no to robimy co chcemy, zgodnie z tym, co mówią niektórzy celebryci, tak? A więc myślę, że póki w Europie szerzy się ten duch relatywizmu, czy wręcz ta dyktatura relatywizmu, którą opisywał chociażby profesor Roberto De Mattei, wskazując, że jesteśmy już w tej trzeciej fazie dyktatury relatywizmu, czyli że tak naprawdę penalizujemy prawdę i cnotę i zastanawiamy się, jakiej płci wszyscy jesteśmy, no to dla takiej Europy, myślę, póki co w najbliższej przyszłości tej nadziei na rewitalizację tych cnot i przymiot, które konstytuowały Europę jako pewien kontynent idei, kontynent ducha, nie ma.
Mogę jedno pytanie? W kontekście tego ostatniego wystąpienia, czyli osądzenia sprawców, chciałem zapytać, czy nie boicie się Państwo, że to używanie tych określeń na Rosję dzisiaj popularnych, orki, raszyści, to jest rozmywanie jednak odpowiedzialności, przygotowywanie tego, że za chwilę będziemy mieli to samo co z nazistami, którzy są anonimowi i z nazistów wyzwolono Niemcy, to z raszystów będziemy wyzwalać za chwilę Rosję. Ja rozumiem złość, która towarzyszy różnym określeniom na temat wroga, który zaatakował Ukrainę, ale czy to nie rozmywa jednak odpowiedzialności takiej, że to są Rosjanie?
Jeśli mogę, bo to w odniesieniu do mojego referatu, ale to chyba panowie profesorowie też się odniosą. To znaczy, to jeśli mogę, znaczy ja takiej obawy osobiście nie żywię. Nie mam takiej obawy, bo to jest kwestia pewnego, jak sądzę, odreagowania emocjonalnego na to, co się tam dzieje. To tak jak powiedzielibyśmy, że żołnierze niemieccy to byli barbarzyńcy. To znaczy sam fakt posługiwania się pewnymi przymiotnikami na określenie pewnego zła, które się dzieje, takie obawy dla mnie nie nasuwa. To po pierwsze. Po drugie mam wrażenie, że to są określenia w jakimś sensie spontaniczne, podczas gdy to, co w istocie stanowi pewien fragment miękkiego negacjonizmu, czyli krótko mówiąc od tych słów, że naziści byli, czy Niemcy byli ofiarami nazistów, po twardy negacjonizm mówiący o tym, że w komorze gazowej Mauthausen-Gusen nie było cyjanowodoru i właściwie cały Holokaust jest zmyślony, po miękkie kłamstwo, jakim są polskie obozy śmierci, to wydaje się, że to nie są ani spontaniczne wypowiedzi, ani wypowiedzi nie mające jakiegoś głębszego przemyślenia, podczas gdy tutaj chyba to są spontaniczne reakcje ludzi na to, czego się obawiają. Więc ja osobiście takiej obawy nie mam i tyle. Oddaję głos panu profesorowi.
Ja bym nie pytał, gdyby to było spontaniczne, ale to pojawiło się dzisiaj w wystąpieniu i było tematem, czym jest raszyzm, czyli już nie jest to spontaniczne, tylko zaczynają się tym zajmować naukowcy.
Jeśli można, ja dam krótką odpowiedź.
Ja też
Użyłem raszyzm i rusyzm. Nic nowego, to jest od dawna w Ukrainie. Przykładowo definicję rusyzm używał generał Dudajew. Wiecie, kto to jest, tak? Ja użyłam raszyzm. To w transkrypcji rosyjskiej, to w transkrypcji angielskiej. Nic nowego. Ale musimy jakoś określić to zjawisko, które trwa już 500 lat.
Moskale. No to my to określamy od
ale to nie to.
Szanowni Państwo, używamy terminologii, która bliżej do terminologii naukowej. To, co w trakcie jakichś rozmów telewizyjnych, telewizji, przez radio używają tam różne oceny. Orki, jeszcze coś. No. Ja tego nie podtrzymuję. Musimy jakoś trzymać jednej linii i powiedzieć, że to jest zjawisko. Jeżeli zjawisko historyczne się zjawiło, to trzeba wiedzieć, skąd poszło, jakie etapy przeszło i co mamy na dzisiaj. I co będziemy mieli na jutro, jeżeli to nie przedstawię wszystkie swoje wysiłki przeciwko temu zjawisku. Prawda? Musimy wiedzieć. Więc każde zjawisko trzeba na początku określić, wyjaśnić jego cechy charakterystyczne, a później pomyśleć o środkach zwalczania tego zjawiska. Jeżeli my mówimy, że raszyzm jest nowszy aniż faszyzm, bo powstał ponad 500 lat temu, a faszyzm powstał w XX wieku, to coś tu się kojarzy. Prawda? Po prostu trzeba patrzeć w sedno tego zjawiska. I jeżeli ono jest, to trzeba myśleć nad tym. No jest różne podejście, dlatego w nauce zawsze było tak, że ktoś za, ktoś przeciw, ktoś ma inne zdanie. To jest normalna rzecz. Ale spór daje nam sedno tego zjawiska, istotę. Jeżeli spór naukowy i jest swobodny w takim sensie. Tak ja myślę. Nie używam tych popularnych przez radio, przez różnych tam
To są emocje.
osób emocyjnych.
To są
nie trzeba.
emocje.
Ale jak nazwać? No, dawajcie my pomyślimy, jak to zjawisko musi być.
Trzeba rozdzielać
Metod jego
emocje i
stosowania
naukę.
historycznych, okrucieństwa, haniebnych akcji, dzieciobójstwa, gwałcenia kobiet, stracenia tysięcy mieszkańców, cywilów.
Jeżeli mogę, panie profesorze, bo to, o czym pan mówi, oczywiście pojawiało się w różnych zbrodniach wojennych i ze strony różnych armii czy agresorów. Ale to, co w mojej ocenie pozwala używać tego raszyzmu, czyli nazwania tego zjawiska, bo nie jest to ideologia, nie jest to tak, jak miało to miejsce w faszyzmie, czy to nie jest żadna ideologia, ale opis, rozumiem, nazewnictwo pewnego zjawiska. No bo faktycznie jest zjawiskiem, że ktoś kradnie pralkę, wyrywa sedes albo wiesza po prostu w ogrodzie wiewiórki. No to nie świadczy o tym, że jest to armia, wręcz przeciwnie. No mamy do czynienia, no tak jak mówią to dziennikarze często, z orkami, z ludźmi, którzy z regularną armią nie mają nic wspólnego. No i nie wiem, chociażby cofając się do legionów rzymskich, no coś takiego byłoby nie do przyjęcia. Niewyszorowane niemieckie buty byłyby nie do przyjęcia. Abstrahując od ich szaleństwa wojennego, no ale wyrywanie sedesów, kradzież pralek, no, picie oleju. Przecież w trakcie II wojny światowej nie było wódki, to pili olej. To jeszcze moja babcia mi opowiadała. No to są zjawiska, których armie jeszcze dawne no, na takie rzeczy sobie nie pozwalały, więc faktycznie ja też to rozumiem, ten raszyzm jako opisanie pewnego zjawiska no, nawiązującego do Hunów po prostu, no, do ludzi bez ogłady, którzy uważają się za armię, no, do niesienia po prostu bezwzględnej dziczy, no, nawet w zasadach wojennych. No, tak ja to rozumiem.
Pod tym wszystkim leży ideologia. I ten, kto mordował w Bucie, on słuchał Moskwę, telewizję. Pan poseł, ja mam wielką rodzinę, powojenną rodzinę, dlatego że przedwojenna rodzina, jedna część w Oświęcimie, druga część mojej rodziny w stalinskich obozach, nie obozach, rozstrzelana. Ja mam dwóch najbliższych dla mnie. Kuzena i kuzyn, którzy wyrośli w mojego ojca w domie. 24 lutego do mnie zatelefonowali wszyscy. Od Kanady, Niemczech, Szwajcarii, Izraela. Nie zatelefonował jeden po cały dzień. Mój brat. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że ideologia u niego inna. On w Rosji żyje. On żyje w Rosji. On nie będzie mordować, nie. Ale on mentalność ich. I temu praw mój kolega, profesor Grysiuk, że trzeba nam oddzielić zboże, jak u nas zierno od plewел. Tak samo. Zierno. Jest i nauka, jest ideologia i jest psychologia nasza.
Ja mogę dodać do tego jeszcze jedno. Nauka oczywiście się posługuje odpowiednimi źródłami, prawda? Jeżeli wziąć pod uwagę jedno z źródeł, prawo, to zaczynając od Iwana Groznego, można w tym zobaczyć tę ideologię. Kończąc w sprawie po Ukrainie. W każdym akcie prawnym o zakazie chrztu dzieci, o zakazie małżeństw między Ukraińcami, Polakami, Białorusinami, jest taki nawet, był historycznie. I jeżeli to przeanalizować te reguły, a jeszcze te zdania, które wygłosili przywódcy Rosji, to wyraźnie się określa właśnie sedno tego zjawiska. No przynajmniej główne jego cechy, prawda? Jeżeli RIA Nowości przed wojną daje do publikacji artykuł, w którym wyraźnie pisze, co Rosja powinna zrobić z Ukrainą. Denacjonalizacja, deukrainizacja i przystąpienie do Rady, do NATO i Rady, do Europejskiego... Tak. To jest ideologia. Ideologia określona przez środek masowy, który należy do Kremla.
Ale ja się zgadzam. Co do tego nie ma żadnej dyskusji. Mi bardziej chodziło o to, w jaki sposób ta przemoc jest nazywana. Nie sama ideologia, która trwa od wieków. To jest oczywiste. No, wielu powtarza, że jednak Rosja to Azja. Nie bez powodu. To nie jest
z dwóch braci. I ja się zgadzam z panem, ponieważ kiedy te fakty wyszły na jaw dotyczące tego, jak się, że tak powiem, żołnierze rosyjscy zachowują, ja zapytałam się ich, jakie jest ich podejście, skoro oni są żołnierzami zawodowymi, czy takie zachowania są w ogóle dopuszczalne. No i zgodnie odpowiedzieli, że nie można nazwać tych ludzi żołnierzami. Mój mąż i moi bracia raczej takim się prowadzą kodeksem, moim zdaniem. Może też to jest w nawiązaniu z kultury polskiej, ale zgodnie stwierdzili, że nie można tego nazwać, tych ludzi nazwać żołnierzami i że to jest obraza dla polskich żołnierzy na przykład, identyfikując ich jako także żołnierzy.
Proszę Państwa, jeżeli ja mogę bez pytania o zgodę, wydaje mi się, że odpowiedzią na tą dyskusję, czy puentą nawet tej dyskusji może być to, że wydaje się, że jest znana przyczyna właśnie tych rzeczy, które się dzieją teraz na Ukrainie, ale to tylko nie ogranicza się do Ukrainy. Jest takie pojęcie jak homo sovieticus, człowiek sowiecki, który jest jednocześnie efektem tej ideologii, która się, czy tego myślenia rosyjskiego, które przez setki lat, począwszy od głębokiego średniowiecza do czasów sowieckich, czy ten człowiek, który jest efektem tych działań, tej ideologii, tego zakrzywiania rzeczywistości, a jednocześnie w pewnym momencie on stał się przyczyną tych działań. To znaczy ten efekt, ta indoktrynacja, ta filozofia życia, to rozumienie świata, na które składa się od czasów tatarskich, czyli od Azji, poprzez różne podejście do obrządku i tak dalej, czy w ogóle obrządek, czy stosunku państwa do kościoła w Rosji. Efektem tego był homo sovieticus, czyli takie ukształtowanie człowieka, który z jednej strony wydaje się być zupełnie myślący w kategoriach europejskich, a z drugiej strony wystarczy tylko iskra i staje się tym, z czym mamy do czynienia teraz. Efektem tego są wszystkie te zbrodnie, które są popełniane na Ukrainie teraz i które pewnie byłyby popełniane wszędzie tam, gdzie by się taki człowiek pojawił. A więc oczywiście abstrahując od kwestii karnych, jak to rozwiązać, ale musielibyśmy zmienić myślenie w Rosji. I to nie jest sprawa 5 lat, 10 lat, 20 lat. To jest sprawa kilku pokoleń. Nie? No tak, po iluś tam set lat tak. Natomiast uważam, że to jest kwestia właśnie to, o czym mówi pan profesor. Musielibyśmy tam wtłoczyć podstawy kultury europejskiej. Czy da się wtłoczyć podstawy kultury europejskiej na dalekiej Syberii? Nie wiem. Natomiast wydaje mi się, że to jest niemożliwe. A więc homo sovieticus to jest przyczyna wszystkiego i to jest skutek wszystkiego. Bardzo dziękuję.
Przepraszam, drodzy Państwo.
Jeśli jeszcze można, to ja bym dwa słowa dodał. Znaczy, tutaj padły słowa, że Rosja to już nie Europa. Znaczy, rzeczywiście Europa kończy się na wschodniej granicy Ukrainy i Białorusi. Natomiast znaczy my na wiele rzeczy patrzymy jakby odmiennie. No, z punktu widzenia europejskiego największą zasługą Mendelejewa jest to, że wynalazł układ okresowy pierwiastków, a z punktu widzenia Rosjanina największą zasługą Mendelejewa jest to, że to on doszedł, że wódka ma mieć 40%. I ja powiem tak, tradycyjnie na przykład uważało się Ormian za przychylnych Rosji, przychylnych Rosjanom. Nawet w tym przypadku to się zmienia. Ja w ubiegłym miesiącu byłem na weselu w Erywanie. No i spotkałem tam Ormianina, biznesmena, który 27 lat mieszkał w Moskwie. Wrócił, powiedział, że już nie wytrzymał i na stałe wrócił do Armenii. I powiedział mi w ten sposób, wiesz, to jest tak, że jak spotykałem dobrego, porządnego Rosjanina i go lepiej poznawałem, to się okazywało, że to nie jest Rosjanin, tylko Ukrainiec, Jewrej i Limetys.
Ja mogę dodać, panie dziekanie, pan dziekan zwrócił uwagę na takie pojęcie jak homo sovieticus, tak? A jest jeszcze inne pojęcie. Szurawizm. Nie słyszał pan. Szurawi z Afganii radzieckiej. Szurawizm. W Azji Środkowej jest to takie używane pojęcie. Szurawizm. To znaczy radzieckiej.
Dobrze, chyba musimy, proszę Państwa, kończyć powoli.
Drodzy Państwo, w takim razie pozwolę sobie niestety zakończyć tą bardzo ciekawą dyskusję. Myślę, że wrócimy do niej w trakcie kolacji. Natomiast, drodzy Państwo, z nieprzyjemnych rzeczy jako organizator niestety mam też ten nieprzyjemny przywilej. A mianowicie, drodzy Państwo, chciałabym odnieść się do kwestii publikacji pokonferencyjnej, która mam nadzieję, że dla wszystkich Państwa jest bardzo ciekawym i atrakcyjnym rozwiązaniem. Bardzo byłabym wdzięczna za przesłanie tekstów do końca czerwca. Zdaję sobie z tego sprawę, że to jest krótki czas, ale Państwo już dzisiaj tak świetnie wszyscy prezentowaliście, więc myślę, że te teksty są już po prostu gotowe i to jest ostatni taki szlif, żeby było perfekcyjnie. Drodzy Państwo, wszystkie referaty, które przejdą oczywiście to kryterium jeszcze recenzji, będą opublikowane w 2 czasopismach w języku angielskim. To są czasopisma za 70 punktów, to są nasze czasopisma wydziałowe. W związku z powyższym bardzo będę wdzięczna za stopniowe przesyłanie tych publikacji na mój adres mailowy i ja potem już będę procedowała współpracę z wydawnictwem. I ostatnie już zdanie, naprawdę, żeby Państwa nie trzymać przed kolacją. Chciałabym jeszcze raz bardzo serdecznie podziękować Panu posłowi za zaufanie i powierzenie nam jako wydziałowi przygotowania kolejnej konferencji. I drodzy Państwo, chciałabym podziękować jeszcze osobie, której już tutaj nie ma w tym momencie, a mianowicie panu Danielowi Pawłowiczowi, jeżeli nie przekręciłam nazwiska, który, drodzy Państwo, tak na dobrą sprawę jest naszym zapleczem organizacyjnym i bez niego absolutnie byśmy sobie tutaj dzisiaj nie poradzili. Dziękuję również koleżance, pani doktor Jedynie Kozak-Baleniuk za wspaniałe przewodniczenie i za zaopiekowanie się naszymi gośćmi, którzy dzisiaj do nas dolatywali. Bardzo Państwu serdecznie dziękuję i myślę, panie pośle, że to jest ten moment, kiedy trzeba wskazać miejsce
prowadzę na kolację. Zapraszam. A, jeszcze zdjęcie. To zróbmy to teraz.